so much better.
Yeah.
All right, we all set.
Should be a little bit of a delay. Okay, so now let's try your. I'm number 3 on this.
Okay.
All right, so
This one? Or is it the other?
it should be one. That one.
Okay, good.
Check. Check.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty well.
You can?
Yeah.
All right, check. All right, hey everybody, we are live at. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
Check. 1 2. Hey everybody, we're here live with Sandra Tran. Sandra, what's going on today? We got the.
Oh, is it live?
Well,
Oh,
not yet.
okay.
Can hear both. Yeah. No, sounds great. When you're not talking, though, it picks up a ton of background noise. So I guess maybe I'll just pot it down.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
whenever you're not talking, but when both of you were talking, it was fine, no problem at all.
Okay, good to know.
But like
Was it live?
when you were just walking by, it was like that's all I could hear was that
Okay,
giant.
But we were
But
trying to play around with it. The wireless is the way to go.
that's so cool. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, so that's good. We'll make sure that we're live. Let's make sure audio should be good. All right, so now.
And we are live. You said? Did you already do it?
Just watch what you do. This is crazy.
NDI tools. That's cool. How cool. That's pretty awesome.
So now, so then I think that the thing though is you're gonna have to maybe, if you just hit 1
Okay.
in a second, hold on.
Hit camera 1 here.
No,
Oh, this
you're gonna have to hit
one here.
1
Oh,
randomly
there. Okay, got it. All right, good. Okay.
Let me see something real quick.
Oh, that's cool.
Hold this. Follow me. All right, Derek, you can hit
Go ahead and hit 1.
hit 1.
All right. Gotcha.
Hey everybody, it's Jason. We are live.
Can't hear you.
Summer Showdown. Let's go check out the scene.
Can't hear you, Jason.
psychotherapy, but we also see a lot of pelvic floor dysfunction. So people that experience leakage when they don't want to, pelvic pressure when they don't want to, and then for women after pregnancy.
Excellent, excellent. I know you're also a lifter. Is there any chance to ever see you up on the platform?
Oh, we'll see. I mean, you're not going to see me up there today, but maybe in the future.
Perfect. Thanks, Amy. We're going to walk around. All right, let's go back over here. Come over here. Mr. Cameraman, Mrs. Camerawoman, you're seeing this live. Let's go over here. So here we have our coveted, this is our PR board. Anytime anyone sets a personal record at our competition, we'd like to have them sign the board so you can see everyone. It's kind of like a little segment of time, I believe is the right word. So let's go check this out over here. So here we have some of our referees congregating. We have Weston from Good Lift Performance, and then there's Tyler from Mountain Man. What's up, boys? We're trying out this new wireless NDI system. How you guys doing today?
Awesome. How you doing?
Good, good. How you doing, Weston?
We're doing great today.
Good, excellent. So, you guys nervous? You nervous about taking your test?
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. I feel like I'm surprised you're not a referee already, to be honest with you.
This is a sick mic.
It's wireless, this little toggle thing. And Weston, how are you doing? Rumor has it you're moving. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm moving down from the Broomfield area down to Parker, so look out for some new powerlifting stuff going on in Parker.
Finally, excellent. And here we have Kristen. Kristen probably is our highest ranked referee right here. She is a Cat 2, which means she's international. Kristen, what do you look for when you're on the platform?
Just people following the rules and making sure on squat, which is coming up in about 3 minutes, that their hip joint is below the top of the knee joint.
Excellent, excellent. All right, everyone. And then last but not least, we have Rachel over here. We have Maggie Jones, everyone. Hey, ladies, how's it going?
I'm overweight and eating a donut on camera. Let's not film.
Nothing says powerlifting like that. Let's go check out one last person over here. Faith O'Reilly. Miss Faith, how are you doing today?
I'm good today. I
You
think.
are? Good,
Yeah, I
good.
think so, yeah.
Faith,
I'm
let everyone out.
excited to be here.
Let everyone out there know, how old are you?
81.
81 years old, and what's the best squat you've ever done?
Well, that was many years ago, so it was at like 150 and stuff.
150 pounds.
I had a 500 total that day.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, excellent. And what are
But
we?
that was years ago.
That's okay.
It
And
won't even be close
that's
to
okay. Hey, it's the fact that all that matters. And what are you hoping for today on the platform?
Oh, I'm just hoping to not blow the lifts.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big
I
thing.
just come up to get some inspiration because I lift by myself all the time.
Yeah, excellent. All right, we got to go. We'll see you guys on the platform. Thanks a lot. 3.
Okay, which is here, yeah. Okay. And then we'll do.
How fun was that?
That was cool. There was only one spot that was came in and out a little bit when you were talking to Kristen, but other than that, everything was
the first time
good.
to do it,
Yeah,
it's
no,
all
everything else was real good. And then we're ready for hype video and all set, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Do you want to wait?
Whatever you want. I don't think they're ready yet, so if we did the hype video, it gives us a minute, right?
You can do that if you want.
Okay. yeah, sure. All right, and we are broadcasting live here from CrossFit MOB. You are with USA Powerlifting, the Summer Showdown. We have our very first lifter of the day, and it is Faith O'Reilly, the legend that is Faith. She's going to do her first attempt here. Bar is on her back, loaded. Good deep squat for Faith, up and good. Waiting on the judges here. That's a good lift. Great way to start off the competition today with Faith. Always a crowd favorite here. My name is Derek Stone. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to be broadcasting live all day long today, and for about a half a day tomorrow for the team competition. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that in, all throughout the day, as a matter of fact. But, again, another fantastic, beautiful day outside, but doesn't mean you shouldn't come in, watch a little powerlifting. We've got some new toys to play with. We've got a wireless mic and a fan cam, all that cool stuff today. So make sure you continuing to tune in. And don't forget, if you need any more information, you can always find it at our Facebook page or usapowerlifting.com. All right, we have got Gigi Maffitt up next, and she's going to be attempting 55 kilos today. Bar is loaded. She's waiting for that down command. She's got it. Down. Might have been a little high. We'll see what the judges have to say about that, but pretty solid lift. Oh, yeah, I was just going to say just a little high there for your first attempt. Now, as a reminder, if a lifter does miss an attempt, they cannot go lower on their next attempt. They have to attempt that weight or higher for the very next for their very next lift. So Gigi will have to attempt that for some. This was her first meet, so again, yeah, those kinds of things are expected. All right, Michelle Lashley up now. 62.5 kilos is her attempt. Bars on the back. She's just waiting for that down command. Squat command given. Might have been a tad high there too. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. It did see a bend in the hip, but yeah, they're going to give it to her. All right. Up next is Lacey Kitterman. Her first attempt today will also be at 62.5 kilos. And check that out, folks. The brand new camera angles. Don't have to switch back and forth. This is Lacey's first attempt. Again at 62.5 kilos. She's down, very deep squat right there, and that's going to be a good lift for her. Forgive me if you see. Oh, they're not going to give it to her. I don't. She's waited on. Okay, now that is the other thing that will often happen is that she did not wait for the rack command, and that will disqualify a lift for sure. Forgive me if I am playing around with my brand new toy here. This is it's pretty fun for an audio-visual geek like myself. As we see the great crew here loading the bar. And again, thank you so much to all of our volunteers. We always do a great job with all the volunteers that come out and help us out every single time here and that includes the staff here at CrossFit MOB, everybody from USA Powerlifting, and of course just all the volunteers across the board. This is Bruce Wilson will be up next, and he will be attempting 65 kilos today for his first lift. Bar's on his back. He's just waiting for that down command. Might have been a tad high there, but I think they're going to give that to him. Looked pretty good. Yep, and they're going to give it to him. That's a good first lift for Bruce. Mahalia Barbjak is up next. Her first attempt. Their first attempt at the lift today. 70 kilos. By the way, that Bruce, who was just up, this is his first meet in 30 years. So it's good to see him come back. All right, Mahalia up now. That's her first attempt at 70 kilos. Down and up, no problem at all right there. Great lift. Louisa McGrath up now. Their first attempt will be at 92.5 kilos. Always great to see people with their first powerlifting meets. You know, you learn so much. The first couple sometimes aren't even about the weights you're doing, and you know, it's about how to plan it out, how to do this powerlifting thing. You know, making sure you're warming up the right way, or you're planning your weights out the right way. Making sure you're paying attention to the commands, all of that stuff. Definitely a factor, especially in your first couple of meets, you know, just kind of learning the ropes, as they say. Louisa McGrath in now, like I said, for her first attempt today in the squat at 92.5 kilos. Sounds like a radio station, doesn't it? And that one looked a little high to me, but we'll see what the judges have to say here. Still waiting on that. Yep, I'm just going to say, I thought I saw one angle looked maybe a little high, but they're going to give it to her there. Two white lights for her. Up next is Charles Holbrook. His first attempt of the day will be at 97.5 kilos. Kind of hear the crowd as everybody filtering in here now. Bar is loaded. And we have seen Charles here a few times before. Always puts in a great effort. He's competing in the men's masters division. 70 to 74. Bar is on his back. Drop down, nice deep squat. Good hesitation there. Pause at the bottom. Rack command, that's a great lift. That's a great way to start off your day, Charles. Good solid first lift. Oftentimes, you know, that first lift of the day can set the tone for everything. Start off strong and consistent, and hopefully the rest of your day will follow. Sarah D'Amico in now. Sarah competing in the Women's Raw Open. Her first attempt today will be at 107.5 kilos. Some folks I have more information on than others, so if you don't hear me, speaking so much about other people. It isn't any personal bias or anything. All right, we are, looks like the bar is loaded for Sarah. And her first attempt at 107.5 kilos. Quick reminder that once the bar is loaded or ready to go, you can get that loaded command. You do have 1 minute to get to the platform and complete a lift. Very rarely is that an issue, but it does happen sometimes. Good deep squat right there from Sarah, up and down. Got the rack command given, and that's going to be a good lift for her. All right, Jeffrey Wormer up next. Jeffrey competing in the men's Raw Masters 1A division, 40 to 46. His first attempt today will be at 110 kilos. Always such a fun atmosphere at CrossFit MOB here in Thornton, Colorado. They really do a great job for us here. You are watching the Summer Showdown for USA Powerlifting. All right, the bar is loaded for Jeffrey. Again, competing in the Men's Master 1A division. Bar's on his back. Ready, waiting for that down command. You see the hand, and there we go. Head judge Kristen lets him know. Down and up, that's a pretty solid lift right there. Got a little bit of a twist in there, but looks to me like a good way for him to start off the competition today. All right, 3 white lights for Jeremy. Hildy Smart up next. Hildy competing in the Women's Raw Masters division, 50 to 54. Bar is loaded. Squat command has been given. Drops down. Yeah, she's fought for that depth for sure on that one. Down and up. That's a good lift for Hildy Smart. 120 kilos. Stephen Bales up now. His attempt at 135 kilos. He's competing in the men's Raw Masters division, 60 to 64. And the bar is loaded for Stephen. And the count is on. Stephen's looking for a PR in the squat and the deadlift today, hoping for a state record in the squat for his age and weight class. His top squat is 315 pounds. So a very doable goal for him based on his first starting weight here. He's been powerlifting for 1.5 years. His son Drew started powerlifting, so he thought he would try it too. Drew will also be competing this afternoon, as a matter of fact. And he's coached by our own Jason Wood. Might have been a little high, kind of quick there for Stephen, but we'll see what the judges have to say. No, they're going to give it to him. Good. Good lift. Frank Baja next. Men's Masters competitor. 65 to 69 years of age, that division. He'll be attempting 152.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Frank. Oh, it looks like we have some adjustments here. His goals are to keep improving each meet. His current best lift in the squad is 185 kilos. He's starting off today at 152.5. So, yeah, not a bad starting spot based on his PRs. Works out at Gym 5 in Gun Barrel. He's a retired from the U.S. Army. Says if he could teach somebody about anything, it would be fly fishing and camping. Certainly the season for that. Frank's got the weight on his bars, on the bar, and down and up. That looked like a good solid squat right there for Frank. And the judges, what do they think? I think they think so as well. Well, I don't see the confirmation on my screen yet, but I think by the applause and what we saw with our own eyes, folks, I think we're going to give that one to him. Sean Silver's in next. Men's Raw Masters Division, 55 to 59. He'll be attempting 200 kilos today in the first attempt. You are watching USA Powerlifting right here on YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel. Keep you up to date. All the lifting going on here. USA Powerlifting. Upcoming events. This is a big one. I'm excited about the team competition coming up tomorrow. That'll be fun. You know, you don't often think of powerlifting as a team sport, but it will be tomorrow. All right, Sean Silver's up next. He says he would like to get clean lifts on all disciplines here today. So looking for all white lights tonight. Trains at home. That's a good solid way to start if you ask me. That looks really good. Let's see what and he did not wait for the rack command. So that will not work for Sean. But weight-wise, not a problem for him. All right, we are back at the top of the order with Faith O'Reilly. She started this competition off. Now she is at her second attempt here today. She will be attempting, her first attempt was at 30 kilos, and she was successful. She'll be attempting 32.5. Notice that graphic at the bottom of the screen if you want to follow along at home. Certainly, I'm a big fan of that, so I don't have to write it down anymore. Yeah, folks, this broadcast is all about me, for sure. Yeah. All right. Always love watching Faith lift. She's an inspiration to lots of folks and a great lifter at 81 years old today. If you saw our pre-show, you saw a quick little interview with Faith. It's always fun to watch her compete. And there's another great one right there. So she likes to come to these meets because she trains at home most of the time on her own, so she comes here for inspiration. It was nice to see the great different camera angles that we've had today. I guess it's actually the same camera angles. We're just showing you both of them at the same time. Because now we can. That's right. All right, back for her second attempt today is Gigi. She did miss on that first attempt. Not quite low enough last time, but she will be attempting the same weight this time at 55 kilos. A little crooked on this one as well. We'll see what the judges have to say. That one looked a little better than the last one, though, I have to say. Little lower, but still, yeah, still not quite low enough. Again, this is her first meet.
This look crooked.
So maybe she's still working out the bugs on that. So she will then attempt that same lift again for the third time today. Hopefully she can get that ironed out. All right, Michelle Lashley up next for her second attempt. Successful in her first attempt at 62.5 kilos. She'll be attempting 70 kilos today in her second attempt. See, judge's hand out there. Bar is on her back, loaded. Down, good deep squat there. That looked pretty solid to me. From our angle here. Yep, and that's going to do it for her. That's a great lift there. Lacey Kitterman up next for her second attempt. Now she did fail on her first attempt at 62.5, but choosing to go up to 70. And if I remember right, it was a purely technical issue last time. I think she beat the rack command last time, but I don't think the weight was any issue at all for her. Down and up again. She's got the rack command this time. And that's going to count. Still one red light, though. I think she was a little high on one side, according to one of the judges. It looked like it might have been that to me as well here, but still a successful lift. In for Bruce Wilson next. Bruce is successful on his first attempt at 65 kilos. He'll be attempting 75 now. Down and up. Nice job. Nope, they're not going to give that one to him. He did beat the rack command. Mahalia in now for her second attempt today. Successful on her first attempt at 70 kilos. Down and up. Really solid, nice big jump there too for Mahalia. 7 kilo jump there. Bar is loaded for Luisa. Luisa successful in her first attempt, 92.5 kilos. And her second attempt is at 95. Kind of a conservative jump, but a good one. Might have been a little high. Good solid weight for her. See what the judges have to say about that one. Yeah, a little bit high. Didn't quite see the hips bend there, break a little there. And if you happen to hear our pre-show, you heard Judge Kristen talk about that's the biggest thing they're looking for in the squat. Is it breaking the hip? Not in a bad way. I mean, breaking a plane, right? All right, Charles in now for his second attempt. Bumping up a little over 5 kilos here at 102.5 kilos. Getting his positioning first. We see him make his way out. Down command has been given. Nice deep squat, just like last time. Very solid, very, very solid lift there for Charles. You hear the crowd getting into that one for sure. Great lift right there. Jeffrey Wormer now for his second attempt, bumping up another 5 kilos. He'll be attempting 115. Successful at 110. Jeffrey's best squat is 260 pounds. Not far off from that right now. He is a public defender. By the way, has only been powerlifting for about 16 weeks. He said he'd like to thank his wife, Sarah, for watching. He said he was a mediocre runner and a mediocre climber, looking forward to being a mediocre powerlifting. Well, I think you're well on your way to more than that. There you go. When you got heart like that and you grind through some tough weights, I think you're more than mediocre, Jeffrey. Nice job right there. Good second attempt for him. Sarah D'Amico in now with her second attempt at 100. She got 107.5 kilos last time, bumping it up to 115. It's a good solid climb there. She handled 107 pretty easily, if I remember. So good for her. Bar is loaded. Always nice to see some familiar competitors as well as some new folks as well. Well, not going to get there. I was going to say the knee. You could see the knee caving in just a little bit, and that's usually not a great sign. So then she will again have to attempt that weight again for her third and final attempt. Hildy Smart in now. Successful on her first attempt at 112. Now she's attempting 117. First attempt looked real solid for Hildy. Bar is loaded, on her back. Deep squat right there, nice pause, and she's going to grind this one out. She's going to get it at 117.5. Little high on one side, but still, that lift is good. All right, Stephen Bales in for his second attempt. Good solid lift at 135. He'll be attempting 140 kilos now. Don't forget, we're going to be here all afternoon and later on this evening as well. So just keep it right here. We're going to have a break in the afternoon. I don't know, go out, get a little sun, something like that, play with your dogs. Then come back for session 2 today at the Summer Showdown for USA Powerlifting. All right, Stephen Bales in now for his second attempt. Bar's on his back. And he's down. He's going to grind this one out. Depth looked pretty good to me. Might have been a tad high on one side. Yeah, I was going to say I thought that I saw that as well. But still, good lift. Frank Baja in now, his second attempt. He'll be attempting 160 kilos. Was successful at 152.5. Thank you again to our amazing volunteers and staff here with USA Powerlifting. I have been to meets sometimes where it just takes so long to change from one lifter to another. Not the case here at all. Just a fantastic crew. Again, if you'd like to volunteer, you'd like to be a part of everything going on here, certainly get a hold of us on our Facebook page or on our website at usapowerlifting.com. Bar is loaded for Frank. A very solid first attempt today. See if you can do more of the same on the second. Down, and nice job. Grind that one out for sure. Looks like Frank's got some more in the tank for sure. All right, Sean Silver's in next. Again, he did fail at 200 kilos last time, so he will be attempting that same weight again. As per the rules, again, you cannot, if you miss a weight, you cannot go lower than that weight, but you can match it or go higher, as we saw earlier today. One of our competitors decided, you know what, that was a technical issue. I got the strength. I'm just going to count it as a win. Sean, however, going to stick with the same weight. It's really kind of how you go by feel sometimes with powerlifting. Yeah. How do I feel today? There are times when maybe your squat, you know, it just might not be there some days. It happens. Other days you hit a PR when you feel terrible. All right, here we go. Down command given to Sean. It's nice and deep. That's a good squat right there. Should be no questions as long as he's obeying the commands, and he does, and I think they're going to give that to him. They should give it to him. Again, two more. Still saying he was a little high? I don't know. That one looked from both of the angles that I have here, that looked pretty good. Of course, I'm not right up on it. I'm not looking at one specific thing, so we'll see. All right. Faith O'Reilly in now for her third and final attempt at the squat. She's been successful twice today already. Good solid progression. Started off with 30, then to 32.5 kilos, and now she's going to attempt 35 kilos. Again, Faith is a big inspiration to everybody here. Competing in the Women's Masters Raw division, 80 to 84. Squat command given. Down, nice deep squats. She's grinding that one out, but she got it. Great job for Faith. Successful squat day for Faith. Those are good numbers for her. Nice job. All right. Gigi Maffett in now with her third attempt. Now, she says struggled a little bit this morning with that 55 kilos, which she will be attempting again. She's only been powerlifting, by the way, for 18 months. She is coached at the Zone Athletic Club in Fort Collins. She says that she is the original Swiftie. All right. Well, there you go. She does play other sports. She says she's a skier. Well, that'll help with the leg strength for sure. Again, I think this has just been a case of Gigi just trying to figure out this competition part of powerlifting. That looked like a pretty good lift there. Every single lift she has done, even if she gets red lights on this one. And there you go. She got it. I was going to say has been a better attempt than the last one. All right, very good. First successful lift of her for the day at 55 kilos. Again, just dealing with some of those growing pains. That happens. So now she's back on the right track, and see how she does for the bench and the squat coming up, here shortly for her. Michelle Lashley's had a good day so far as well. Started off with 62.5 kilos. Good lift there. Bumped it all the way up to 70 kilos. So big bump for sure. Now going to be attempting 75 kilos today. She's looked real solid in all of her lifts so far. I don't expect anything different here. Good slow and controlled descent. Disciplined on obeying the rack commands. All right, bar is loaded. Squat command given. Down, nice deep squat again. Struggled a little bit there coming out of the hole, but I think that's going to be a good solid lift for her, and it is. All right, nice job, Michelle. She's got those 3 white lights. All right, Bruce Wilson up now. Bruce was successful in his first attempt at 65 kilos. Failed on the last attempt at 75. Little bit of a technical issue there. I didn't think that the weight was too much of a problem. I think that he was just a tad high, if I recall. You have to forgive me, folks. I have a memory of a goldfish. All right, Bruce. Here we go. Bar is loaded. On his back. Good deep squat there. Come on, breaking the hips a little bit. Might have been a tad high. Better than the last attempt for sure. Still going to be a little bit high.
Derek, and then, so she owns, so we're just mention Apto. So watch this, Amy.
All right, and don't forget that we are being sponsored today by Apto, Physical Therapy and Wellness. If you have any physical therapy needs, and chances are if you're a fan of powerlifting or do powerlifting on your own, you're going to need some physical therapy, so give her a call. All right, Lacey Kitterman in now. Lacey successful in her last attempt, just bumping it up to 70. Very confident, bumping all the way up to 80 kilos right here. Very confident in her own ability, and that's a good lift right there. She really grounded it out. I hope they give that one to her. It looked good to me from this angle. It might have been a tad high on one side. Yeah, they're not going to, all of them notice that. But you got to respect her confidence. Mahalia Barak in now. Mahalia with a big jump right here. Her last attempt was 77.5 kilos, up from 70 kilos in her first one. This one bumping all the way up to 85 kilos. It's a big jump here. But she has looked great so far today. Probably the sharpest lifter I've seen today so far. Good deep squat right there, and she's going to grind this one out. She's going to get it. That's a nice job. Excellent, excellent job right there for her. Well, she even looked like she had more in the tank there as well. All right, Louisa McGrath in now with her second attempt, or her third attempt, I'm sorry. She's going to attempt 95 kilos again. That's what I meant to say. Looked real solid in her first attempt. I think there's some technical issues on the last one at 95 kilos. So we'll see where she's at here. She can get back on the positive track here. All right, bars on her back. We're waiting for that squat command. We've got it. Down. That's good. A little high. That looked a little high, and no, it doesn't matter anyway. I think she kind of got out of her rhythm there. So she's going to end today with 92.5 kilos as her top attempt. Sure.
If you are a lifter yourself and you experience any sort of low back pain, hip pain, or more importantly, any sort of leakage when you're lifting, that stuff's not normal and you can address it. So groups like mine, Apto Physical Therapy, we are able to address this stuff and we'd be happy to help you.
A little awkward, but I would say next time, hey everyone, Dr. Amy from Apto Physical Therapy.
I didn't know if you said anything.
Oh yeah, I'm here hanging out at the in Colorado.
All right, we are back.
Thanks so much for being here.
Charles Holbrook in for his third attempt. Bumping it up 5 kilos each time. That's a good solid strategy right here. 107.5 kilos for his third attempt, and he's looked real good today so far. Good, nice, slow descent. Very good depth on all of his lifts so far, and he's going to get that one. That's a solid attempt right there from Charles. Excellent job right there for him. Good to be this is going to sound terrible, but it's true. A lot of times when you see older lifters, and I'm talking anybody over 30, okay, so don't get bent out of shape. You see that slow descent, and sometimes it's not going to work. You know what I mean? But Charles right there, slow and controlled throughout the whole way, making sure he's got that proper depth, and looking real good. All right, Sarah back under the bar with 115 kilos. Strength-wise, no problem last time, just a little bit of an issue, but she's going to be attempting this 115. Minor adjustment there. Now, again, if you do have to do an equipment adjustment, it does have to be on the platform once you get to the platform. We rarely see that be an issue, but could be. All right, we're waiting for that command. There it is. Down. Might have been a little high. I hope they're going to give it to her, though. This is a good, solid lift. She grinded that one out, but might have been a tad high. Nope, they're going to give it to her. Okay, good. I guess the judges saw something from their angle that I didn't see from straight on. All right, Jeffrey Wormer in for his third and final attempt. Good solid progression for Jeffrey as well for his first attempt, or his first competition, I should say. Started off at 110, then went to 115. Now he's up to 117. And based on his last performance, I think 117 is a good weight for him. It was a little bit of a struggle on that last one, but I think he's got this one in him. Certainly has heart. He really grinded that last one out, so hopefully we can get another successful lift from Jeffrey here. Good depth right there. Might have been a tad higher than his other ones, but he's going to grind this one out too. Crowd behind him. See what the judges have to say. They're going to give it to him. Nice job, Jeffrey. So for a man with his first competition, he is off to a great start today. Very successful in the squat today already. All right, Hildy Smart in now with, again, another solid jump, 5 kilos. She's been successful at 112 and 117. Her lifts have looked real good today. Good form, well coached. Down, and she's going to grind it out. Might have been a little higher than her other lifts, but I think that depth was still pretty good. Now, yeah, a little bit higher. Judges aren't going to give it to her. Stephen Bales in next. All right, Stephen Bales in now. Stephen was successful at 135, 140. Logically, going to give it an attempt at 145. Stephen coached by Our own Jason Wood, I mentioned that earlier. So you know he's well coached for sure. Down command is given, squat command given. Braces himself, comes in. He's going to grind this one out. That looked pretty good. See what the judges have to say. Are they going to give it to him? Yeah, one red light, I should say, but that's a successful lift for Steven. Nice job. All right, Frank Baja now. Bumping all the way up to 167 kilos for Frank. Frank again competing in the men's masters raw division. Was successful at 152 and at 160. Bumping all the way up to 167.5. That is that's a good bump. All right, bar is loaded for Frank. Bar's loaded, on his back, walks it out, waiting for that squat command. He's got it. Deep squat there, grinding it out. That looks like a good lift to me. And we're anticipating. Frank is anticipating. And he got it. That's a good, successful lift. Okay. Had a technical issue there. I don't know what happened. There they are. There's those lights. Sean Silver has struggled a little bit today with his 200 kilos. You know, I think just had some issues with depth. Maybe this being his third attempt, he's a little more loosened up, and he doesn't look like he's had trouble handling the weight. Sometimes it just, getting things dialed in can be tough, Talked about having good days and bad days and trying to get off on the right start sometimes, and sometimes you struggle through it. Here's his third attempt at 200 kilos today. And then Sean, this will be the last lifter in this particular flight in our early session today. All right, bar on his back. He's walking it out here. And down. Plenty deep there. I don't think there's any question that he didn't get that one. And they're still not going to give it to him. I might have to talk to the judges here. To be honest, folks, I don't see the issue there. I didn't see it on the last attempt, and I didn't see it on this one either. All right. Well, that is going to do it for our first flight today as we head into the squat for our second flight today of this early or late morning, early afternoon session. Probably wrapping up around 2 o'clock here for this first session. Karen McGregory Cohen in now for her first attempt. It's our first time seeing Karen today. She's competing in the Women's Raw Open. Attempting 80 kilos this morning for her first attempt. Bar is loaded. Squat command has been given. Drop down deep. Looked a little high to me from here, but judges disagree with me. That's okay. You do have to keep in mind, folks, that I am looking through a camera that is, a little bit further away than our judges are. So there are some minor details sometimes that I might not see. But then again, we have some wider angles and can see some things that judges right up close may not see. But again, whatever I see really doesn't count. I am not the judge. I'm just yapping my gums here. All right. Irene in now. Her first attempt today will be at 97.5 kilos, competing in the Women's Raw Open. And that's a good lift right there. Again, a little, started it, yeah, a little bit high, they're saying. Started to go before she got the command. We're going to be talking more about technical issues, especially in the bench press, where, there are more commands to follow. And that typically, if you're going to mess up something technically, it does happen in the bench quite often. Emma Knox now, her first attempt of the day. Emma competing in the Women's Raw Open as well. Her first attempt is 100 kilos. Squat command given. Down. Nice deep squat there. Good conservative weight to start with, I think, for Emma. That looked pretty easy. Good, solid first attempt. Elizabeth Jensen in now with her first attempt. First time we've seen her today. 102.5 kilos. All right. Elizabeth has the bar on her back. She's all set. Nice deep squat. Very quick up on her first attempt today. Got to be careful sometimes. You move so quick, the judges don't think you got depth, but not the case there for her. Jennifer Tetcher is up now. Her last competition was in November. She had a 198-pound squat. She said her gym best, though, however, have skyrocketed since then. Her gym best is 265, so looking to get that somewhere near that today. She's a product manager for a tech space, and she herds a lot of cats, she says. I can relate. Attempting 107.5 kilos. Good deep squat right there. Down and up. Good solid stuff. She's a box gym power lifter, so she trains out of Vasa Gym here in Colorado. Jamie Gaterman up now with their first attempt, which is 110 kilos. This is her second powerlifting meet, so perhaps she's gotten some of those first meet questions out of the way, and we're going to expect a big day here from her. She wants to give a shout out to her mom and dad watching in Indiana, so hi, Mom and Dad in Indiana. She'll be attempting 110 kilos. Well, a technical issue there with the bar. Are we confirming that we've got the right weight? I think we are. Our goal for today's meet is to make all of her lifts. So wants to go 9 for 9 today. Big goal. She's all set for 110 kilos. Waiting for that squat command. She's got it. Oh, that's a little high. Yeah, that one, that's... It looked a little high to me. Judges are going to give it to her. I guess they did see the bend in the hip. Sometimes with that narrow stance, from our straightforward angle here, we can't see the bend in the hip nearly as well. Certainly not as well as the judges did, so they're going to give it to her. Good. Not that I'm ever rooting against any competitor at all. Don't get my forwardness wrong here. Kayla Conrad in for her first attempt at the same weight, 110 kilos. Good deep squat there. And We're going to wait on the judges here, but that's another good lift. Her top lift in the squat is 253. So she's not far off. That's a good starting weight for her. For Kayla Conrad. She wants to say hello to her folks and everybody watching in Kentucky. All right. Laura Cordova in now. This is her second powerlifting meet, so she's looking to get another meet, more experience, and outperform her past meet. Well, that's a great goal. Her top squat, by the way, is 270. So this is a good starting position at 112 kilos. I see a PR in her future today. There we go. Good deep squat. Looked pretty solid there. She's recently moved to Colorado a little over a year ago from Alabama, so welcome. Cassidy Pregel with her first attempt. She'll be attempting 120 kilos. Bar is loaded for Cassidy. Hear the squat command given. And let's see what the judges are going to say about that one. And they're going to give it to her. Good first attempt for Cassidy. Allison Krawick in for her first attempt at 122.5. She's competing in the Women's Raw Open. A little bit of a wider stance here. Down and up, grinding through that one a little bit. 3 white lights for Allison. Great job. Cassie Clayman in now. You might have heard there, this is the last lifter in the order. We'll go back to the top of the order after Cassie. She will be attempting 140 kilos. Really solid starting weight. Good squat there. Handling some real solid weight to start off today. Yeah, a little high. A little bit of a lean forward. Sometimes with that particular squat style, it's harder to drop the hips. That might have been the case there. So she will then have to attempt that weight or higher for her next attempt. Chate. Our first attempt today at 147.5. I like that intense look on her face. Someone who means business. Deep squat there, looked pretty good. Down and up. Good rhythm. A little bit of a pause there at the bottom. That was a solid squat. All right, we are back at the top of the order now with Karen McGrory-Cohn. Successful on her first attempt at 80 kilos. Now going to be attempting 85. Bar's loaded. See her make her way into the frame here. Good first attempt. Pumping up a nice solid 5 kilos. Squat command given. And we are down and up. Maybe a little higher, but I still think they're going to give it to her on this one. Yeah, and they are. Good solid lift. Irene is up next. Now, Irene did fail on her first attempt at 97.5, but is going to move up to 105 kilos. You know, like I said, you know your own body. If it was just a technical issue, then you can figure that out, but maybe she's thinking that the weight felt just fine. So we're going to continue with the game plan, which, you know, is the smart play if you got the confidence. Good squat right there. 105 looked pretty good to me. Yep, and they're going to give it to her. Nice job, good. Excellent job. You know, it's a different mindset sometimes of saying, you know, I'm not going to dig myself into a hole and let a certain weight bog me down, you know, not going to let that one control how the rest of the meet is going to go. Just stay the course sometimes. It's the thing I love about powerlifting. All right, Emma Knox in now. Big jump here from 100 kilos to 107 kilos. But she looked great on her first attempt. I even said it seemed real easy for her. So, and again, this one, handling the weight looked pretty good. A little bit of a twist at the bottom, so made out some struggle, but no problem with depth and no problem coming out of the hole. Great lift right there for her. Elizabeth Jensen in now. Her second attempt was successful at 102. We're bumping it all the way up to 112. Bar is loaded. For her second attempt. Again, looked real solid in the first attempt today. And that squat command has been given. Drop down. Good lift right there. Great job from Elizabeth. Jamie Gatorman in now too with her second attempt. Looked real good at 110 last time. Was successful there. She'll be attempting 115. Bar is loaded for Jamie. Let's just keep it right here. She'll be attempting 115. She is a senior product manager in her day life. Might have been a tad high. Couldn't really tell with that narrow stance, but the judges are going to give it to her. Good deal. Good. She trains at Uplift in Boulder. Great gym up there. Lots of folks from Uplift here today. Always great to see those folks here. It's a great gym. Jennifer Touchner in now. First attempt was successful at 107.5. She'll be attempting 115 now. Very solid first attempt today. Looked real good. Looked like she had a lot in the tank today, so we'll see how this goes for her. Down command given. Drops down good. Nice quick ascent. And very successful lift right there for Jennifer. Nice job. Yeah, that looked real good. I expect to see some bigger weights from her. That looked easy. I got to be honest, folks. So good for her. All right, Kayla in now for her second attempt at and this will be at 117. So good solid chunk right there. She has also been successful in some other sports. She played soccer for most of her life, and she did equestrian sports. She's still actively a rock climber as well. Her top squat is 253 in pounds. She's at 117 kilos, so she's not far off from there at all right now. Very good attempt, and she's going to get it. I mean, look at that. Down and up, easy. And they're going to give it to her. Good job. Laura Cordova in now was successful on her first attempt at 112.5. Will be attempting 120 today. She's competing in that Women's Raw Open. Very competitive division here today, the Women's Raw Open. Bar is loaded for her. There we go. Bar's on the back. All right, squat command is given. Deep squat there, leaning forward a little bit, but handled that weight pretty well. And that's going to be a successful lift, I think. It is good. Cassidy Pregal, I should say. I hope that's right. And again, folks, listen, if you're watching while you're watching, listening to my commentary, and I screw somebody's name up, please come and tell me. Because I guarantee I've probably messed up a couple. Not intentional. All right, Cassidy in now. I'm having a little fun with our new technology here today, folks, if you haven't noticed that. I'm liking it quite a bit. All to give you better coverage here at USA Powerlifting. Cassidy in now for her second attempt at 125 kilos today. Command is given. Down. Up. No, she's going to grind through it, and she did. But that's not going to count. She went down and up. Probably not going to give it to her. Let's see what the judges have to say. Yeah. Oh, they are going to give it to her. Good. Okay, so it wasn't as much of a dip. Sometimes, when you come down and then go back up, will not count. But not the case here tonight. That's good. All right, Allison in now with her second attempt. First attempt was real solid at 122.5, bumping it all the way up to 130 kilos here. Wider stance. Squat command given. Drop down in it. Saw a nice break in the hips there and up. Grinded that one out for sure. But a good lift. No, they're not going to give it to her. Okay. Just maybe a little high is what we're hearing from the judges. All right, we are back for Casey Clayman. She did miss this weight last time. Going to be attempting 140 kilos here. Squat command has been given. Down and grinding that one out. See what they're going to say. We're going to give it. Looked a lot like the last lift. Yeah, and it's still not quite there. Shea up next now with her second attempt. Was successful at 147. And will be attempting 157. Bar is loaded. See if we can't focus in on the intensity that she brought last time. That's one of my favorite things about powerlifting, seeing people kind of get into the zone there. And you can see that look. She's here to do well. I mean, everybody is, right? But good wide stance here. She drops down deep, deep squat, and she's going to grind this one out. Come on, mate. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. You got it, you got it. Keep going. And she got it. Nice job. Yeah, she had to earn that one, but you see the big smile on her face. Sometimes a struggle like that does more for your confidence than, blazing through something. She had to work for that one, and she did great. All right, we are back at the top of the order now with Karen McGorry-Cohn. Sorry, my eyes are a little rough here on this screen. Sounds like an excuse, and it is, but it is also factual. Bar is loaded for her third attempt. She'll be attempting 90 kilos. Successful in her first two lifts. In fact, looked real good on all of them. 80, 85, and now 90. I'd expect to be more of the same. Squat command given. Nice deep squat there. Little wider stance than she had the last time. Not much wider, but a little bit, but seemed to help with the heavier weight. Nice job. And a good solid squat session for her. We are back now to Irene, who has rebounded nicely. Failed on her first attempt at 97, but looked great at 105. Now bumping it way up to 112 kilos. It's a big jump here, but says a lot for her confidence to be able to attempt this. Bar is loaded. (112 kilos). Squat command is given. Down, and she's going to grind this one out. Might have been a tad higher than the last one, but I think they're going to give it to her. That looked pretty good. Yeah, only one red light. Like I said, it looked like maybe one side a little bit higher. But overall, good solid lift right there. All right, Emma Knox in now with a big jump, over 10 kilo jump here. Started off real well. Very conservative, I would say, for her first lift at 100 kilos. Looked real good at 107.5. And we'll see where she's at 117.5. I like to see people, that's always been a big philosophy. You do a safer lift at first. Just get on the board, get everything positive. Move into second where you get something a little challenging, and if you're successful there and it feels good, hey, swing for the fences. And I think that's what Emma is doing right here at 117. It's a lot of weight. Good deep squat there. Might have been a little higher than her last attempts, but I think they're going to give that to her. That looked pretty good. Yeah, they're going to give one red light, but a still successful attempt right there for Emma. Nice job. She has really got back on track and looking real good. Oh, not back on track. She never got off track, but pretty smart meet plan right there so far. All right, Elizabeth Jensen in now. Her third attempt. She was successful at 102 and 112, bumping it all the way up to 120. Bar's loaded for Elizabeth. And she has looked real good. Just never really been in any trouble here today so far. Excellent technique. Good wide stance right there. Deep breath in. Nice deep squat there. That looks really good. That's a solid lift right there. Good for her. That looked great. And she's successful at 120. All right, so a great successful squat session for her. Jamie Gatorman in much the same situation, looked real good at 110 and 115. Going to be attempting 122.5. These two have had very similar technique and very similar outcomes today so far. Doing very well for this only being her second meet, like I mentioned before. Another one of our uplift boulder lifters. Yeah, that one was a little high. I don't know that she's going to get that one. Looked a little high from here, but they are going to give it to her. Okay. Again, sometimes with that narrower stance, it is harder for us from this angle to see that bend in the hips, that crease in the hips, which we need to see. Jennifer up next. Jennifer's been successful today at 107 and 115, attempting 122.5 here. Getting her set up. Bars on the back. We are waiting for the squat command, and we've got it. Down and up, and that's a great squat right there. She knows she's got that one. That was good depth. Hit it hard. She moved through that quickly, didn't she? All right, Laura Cordova in now with her third squat attempt of the day. She'll be attempting 125. Was successful at 112 and 120. If I'm not mistaken, this would be a PR for her. She's a mental health therapist. She wants to give a shout out to her best friend Amanda, who's watching from her hometown in Alabama, and her sister, who is handling her. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I think I get it. All right. Good wide stance there. Drops down into a deep squat there. Knees coming a little bit, but she's going to fight through that. Great job. Good, good, good. Good attempt right there. Excellent job. She was a dancer for 20 years. Certainly helps with the leg strength, that is for sure. All right, Kayla Conrad in now for her third and final attempt in the squat today. Was successful at 110 and 117. She's moving it all the way up to 125. I like to see that. Right now she works as a medical assistant while she's applying to medical school. All right, good for her. We need good, strong physicians out there. Understand people who voluntarily damage themselves. Nice job. That's a good lift right there for Kayla. 3 white lights for her, and that's a successful squat session for her today. Cassidy Pregel, with her third attempt of the day, was successful at 120 and 125. She'll be attempting 130. Competing in the Women's Raw Open. Highly competitive Women's Raw Open here today. Always one of the more competitive divisions, truthfully, that you see here in USA Powerlifting. Like to see so many athletes that come from other sports that give powerlifting a shot for, I don't know, to improve an existing sport and then fall in love with it. It's great to see. 130 kilos right here for Cassidy. Drops down deep. A little bit of a twist. I couldn't tell if she was high on one side or not, but I think they're going to give that to her. No, yeah, I was going to say a little that twist there kind of kept her a little higher than she should have been. All right, Allison Craywick in now. Was successful at 122, failed at 130, so she will be attempting 130 again. It's a lot of weight here. She's going after this one, you can tell. She came into the platform with a sense of purpose. Squat command given, deep breath taken, down. She's going to grind that out. Might have been a tad high. We'll see what the judges have to say. Too close to call from here. Yeah, a little bit high. Little high there. So she will end at her last attempt. Cassie Clayman in now with her third attempt at this same weight. She has struggled with this weight today. $140 kilos, which is a lot of weight, folks. Bars loaded for Cassie. And one thing you don't want is you don't want a certain weight to get in your head and it just kind of creeps up on you sometimes. That happens, you know. Deep squat. That looked great. That's a good deep squat. Let's see what the judges have to say. No, they're not going to give it to her either. So a rough start for her today. All right, well, that's going to do it for our squat session for this early session today. When we come back, we're going to come back in just about 10 minutes or so from right now, and we'll be kicking off the bench. Got some instructions to be given. We'll see you in just about 10 minutes right here. You are watching USA Powerlifting here on YouTube, the Summer Showdown and Team Competition right here from CrossFit MOB. We will be back in just about 10 minutes. right, and we are back for USA Powerlifting's Summer Showdown and Team Cup. Going to be taking place today and tomorrow as well, so make sure you tune in for all the action. We are just about ready to get started with our first bench press session of the day. But give us a little bit of time. We just had the announcement that no more changes to your first weights can be taken or will be taken. So that gives us about a minute or two before we start our bench press session here today. Now, a little bit different on the bench press. Excuse me, folks. You will have a little more instruction, and this is typically where people will screw up on technicalities. So think about it this way. You get to the bench and get your setup. You will then unrack the weight, and you can use a spotter for that if you would like to. If not, you take the weight off yourself, and then you will be given a down command. Then you need to wait on your chest for an up command, then hold and wait for a rack command. So sometimes, folks will feel that heavy weight and want to get it down to their chest and get it off their chest as soon as possible. But again, we can't do that. So we do have those parameters to adhere to. So we'll be referring to that throughout the day. We are just about, as we can see, all the judges are back at their positions now. And we are ready for our first lifter in this first flight today. 2 flights of competitors in this early afternoon, well, late morning, early afternoon session by the time we wrap up. Our first lifter will be crowd favorite Faith O'Reilly, competing in the women's masters division. She will be attempting 30 kilos. We'll get to that here in just a second, but looks like the bar is already loaded for Faith. And there we go. So we again, just a reminder, once you hear the bar is loaded command, you have a minute to get to the bar. And get yourself set up. Looks like Faith is going to be using a spotter to help her take that bar off. She'll be attempting 30 kilos for her first attempt. Down. Press command given. And rack command given. Nice job. That's a good lift right there for Faith. Excellent job right there. So she is successful on her first attempt. Charles Holbrook in now for his first bench attempt of the day. Charles looked good earlier today in the squat. Had some good solid lifts. And he will be kicking off his bench with 30 kilos as well. He's competing in the men's masters raw division, 70 to 75. Bars loaded for him. Take a look at his setup here. Setup looks good. All right, bar is unracked. Down command given. Press command given. Nice job there for Charles. And rack command given. Great job. Obviously a lot more in the tank there for Charles. That one looked pretty solid. Good for him. All right, we are up for Gigi now. She had a rough go in the squat today. I'm not going to lie. I can't dance around that. She had some technical issues and some things that just were having a little bit of struggle there for Gigi, but hopefully she can get back on track. Look, that's over. So now we move on to benching. Bar is loaded for her. She works out at Zone Athletic in Fort Collins. Coach Taylor Dochette out there. She's a pretty good skier, she says. She says advice that she would give somebody is, have fun and don't take it too seriously. I think that's good advice for everything. She's retired from kitchen design. She takes care of her 17-month-old grandson full time. That is a chore for sure. All right, bar is unracked. Start command given. Press command given. And rack given. Nice lift right there for Gigi. See what the judges are going to have to say about that one. Good. Notice that it took a little while for that down command to be, the start command to be given. Bar has to be stable and secure before that command is given. So that was why we saw a little bit of a hesitation there. Michelle Lashley in now. All right, getting those sideboards for Michelle. She will also be attempting 37.5 kilos. Good first attempt, I think, for her based on her previous lifts. All right, bars loaded. Press command given. And rack command given. Good lift right there for Michelle. No technical issues so far. I hope I didn't just jinx everybody, but it was a good solid lift at 37.5 kilos. Lacey Keeterman in now. Her first attempt today will be at 40 kilos. The bar is loaded for Lacey. She is all set. Rack command given. Good solid attempt right there. Nice job. 40 kilos. Great way to start off. Mahalia in now. Bar is loaded for Mahalia. She'll be attempting 42.5 kilos. Start command given, press given, and rack given. That's a great job right there. Good solid lift. Way to get back on track. Her best bench is 42.5 kilos, so she's not far off from there. Hildy Smart in now. Hildy looked good in the squat. Oh, we got to put the sideboards down for Hildy. Her best bench is 120 pounds. She is right here at 55 kilos. Great start, Lynn. She is coached by Allison Goldstein from Uplift Gym in Boulder. She played soccer for more than 20 years, but after 3 knee surgeries, she decided, let's try something else. Yeah, good advice. Good press there, and rack command given. Successful at 150 or at 55 kilos. Nice job. Great first lift. This is her first meet, but looking real solid, you know. And the way she is the youngest of 7 kids. All right, the bar is loaded for Louisa McGrath. Her first attempt, she'll be attempting 57.5 kilos. Had some good squats today. Start command given. Press command given. Struggling through that one, down and up a little bit. We're going to see if that's going to cost her at all with the judges. I don't think so, though. That looked like a pretty good... Yeah, they are going to flag her on that. Once that momentum stops, generally the lift will not be considered. Bruce Wilson in. His first attempt will be at 60 kilos today. Bar is loaded for him. Bruce being coached by Jason Wood in Arvada. Had some real solid squats earlier today. Bar is unracked. Down command given. Press command given. And re-rack. Good solid lift there for Bruce. See what the judge is going to have to say. We're waiting on something. What do we got? And all right, there we go. I was going to say we hadn't got confirmation yet. It looked like a good lift, and it was. 2 white lights there for Bruce, but 1 technical issue, I think, on one side. Also, one of the things that we do have to look for, and this is harder for our vantage point here, especially on the bench, just with camera angles and everything, is seeing if the hips move. Sometimes as we struggle, hips will come off the bench, and we need to keep those hips and back and all those points of contact still points of contact, you know. All right. Sarah D'Amico in now. Her first attempt of the day is 62.5 kilos. Bars loaded for Sarah. Down. I didn't hear the press command given. We'll see, but that could just be me. Yeah, I didn't hear it at all. So she, again, lifted before the command was given, so that lift will not count, even if she was successful to re-rack it. It's just one of those technical issues that we do get in the bench. Jeffrey Wormer in now for his first bench attempt. I got to be honest, folks, I'm rooting for Jeffrey. Not so secretly, I suppose. But he did great in his squat attempts today, really grinded through some weights that looked like they were pretty tough for him. So I always like to see that, especially on somebody's first competition. He will be attempting 70 kilos for his first lift. Down command given. Press command given. That looks real good. And rack. They're going to give it to him for sure. 3 white lights. I'll also listen. Just me personally, I'm a big fan of people who lift with their glasses on. Just I don't know why I always have been. But great lift right there for Jeffrey. I'm rooting for him today for sure. All right, I'm rooting for everybody. Don't misunderstand me, please. All right, Frank Baja in now. He will be attempting 80 kilos, competing in the Masters Raw division. Always a pretty competitive division here at USA Powerlifting. Getting some last minute kind of conversation with your spotter. That's always a great thing to do. And that's a sign of an experienced lifter to kind of know, okay, this is how I'd like that lift off. This good communication can definitely help. Frank will be attempting 80 kilos today. Press command given and rack. Good lift, I think, to start the day for Frank. What are we going to say? Unless we see some movement. I didn't see any. That's a good lift for Frank, even though we don't have confirmation. I think we've got somebody at the scorers table who is jumping ahead a little bit before we get those lifts. That's okay, it happens. Until I know it otherwise, I'm going to say that was a good lift from Frank. So good job for him. Stephen Bales in now, his first attempt today will be at 87.5 kilos. We've seen Steven in a couple meets this past year, I believe. No, I take that back. I've just been familiar with his progress. Down and press. Rack command given. Good lift for Steven. Great job. Great crowd here today so far for a beautiful Saturday afternoon. All right, Sean Silver in now with his first attempt, and it'll be attempting 140 kilos. Sean had a struggling day today so far with his squat attempts. Just couldn't quite get a few things dialed in, but the weight itself didn't seem to be an issue for Sean, and that is definitely frustrating. I can tell you I've been there myself, but hopefully we can get some things back on track with the bench press attempts here at 140 kilos. Sean, a very strong man. Sometimes just getting things dialed in is a little bit of a problem. 140 kilos, and there we go. Back on the right track there for Sean. Excellent lift right there at 140 kilos. Okay, we are back at the top of the order with, I'm not going to lie, folks, she's my favorite lifter here today, Faith O'Reilly. Coming in at 32.5 kilos for her second attempt. Looked great at 30. Everybody here is my favorite lifter, by the way. Faith is just a little more of my favorite. She will be attempting 32.5 kilos. Trains on her own. Likes competitions because she gets to be around other lifters. Gets that camaraderie that you don't get training in your own basement or garage. Great lifter for sure. Little movement there at the bottom. I don't know, even it's not going to matter anyway. I think from the start just wasn't there for Faith at that particular rep. So she will have the opportunity to get that weight again at 32.5 kilos. Sometimes the setup there, it's just not right. You know, every lift is a little different. You got a little pressure on you. So she will have to at least attempt that weight or higher next time around. Michelle Lashley, and now successful at her first attempt, which was 37.5. She will be attempting 40 kilos. Typically in the bench press, you do not see people jumping up as crazy as you do in the squat, and especially the deadlift. A little more conservative, and rightfully so most of the time. Down command given. I didn't hear the up command, but it is a noisy place. There, apparently it worked there. All right. Gigi Maffitt in next. She was successful at 35 kilos, now be attempting 40 kilos. Press command given. Nope, not going to do it. That's not going to work. Up. Man, that bar is all over the place, and they're not going to give that one to her. The bar path continues to go down, even if you are to bring it up. It's not gonna. That's not going to count. Malia up now. Successful at 42.5. Now will be attempting 47.5. Press command given, and rack command given. Good lift for her. Lacey Kitterman up next. Successful at 40 kilos. Big jump here, especially in the bench press, up to 50 kilos. Bar is loaded. Down, press, rack. Good lift for Lacey. Hildy Smart in now. Her first attempt was at 55 kilos. Now she's attempting 57.5. She's looked pretty solid all day today. Well, from what we've seen in her first bench and in the squat today. Check out her setup first. All right, she's ready to go. Bar is unracked. Press command given. A little bit of a struggle there with the lockout, but still looking pretty good. They're not going to give it to her. I think there was a little bit of a dip there. This is her first meet. She wanted to say hi to her husband Dieter and her sons Jordan and Corbin, and to her niece Haley, who got her back into her love for weightlifting. Good. All right, Luisa up now with her second attempt. She did fail at her first attempt at 55 or 57.5. She'll be attempting that weight again. Good high arch, some points of contact there, and looks like she is all set. Looks like she's set to have some good leg drive here. Start command given, press command given, and rack. Good lift right there. I think they're going to give 3 white lights on this one. No, one little high. Might have been a little movement on one side, and that happens sometimes. A little bit of hip movement. Sometimes those hips pop off the bench just a bit. Or I don't know, might not have been that. I didn't hear any official announcement. Typically, that's what happens. Sarah D'Amico in now. Bar is loaded for her. We'll see her. We'll check out the setup here first. Start command given, press command given, and rack. That looked great for Sarah. Good solid lift right there. One red light. Might have been a little movement on the chest. Sometimes that will get you flagged a little bit. Bruce Wilson in now, his second attempt. First attempt was at 60 kilos, and that looked good. He's loaded now at 70 kilos. I'm going to turn my volume up a little bit. I'm talking a little quieter than I normally do. All right, 70 kilo attempt for Bruce, his second of the day in the bench press. Down, up command given, and rack it. Good lift right there for Bruce Wilson. Excellent job, excellent. All right, we are back to Jeffrey Wormer. His first attempt was 70 kilos, and he was successful. He will be attempting 75 kilos. His current best bench press is 170 pounds, so he's right on the door here of his best. I'm being very nice to Jeffrey because he's a public defender, and folks, I get into trouble sometimes, so I might need a friend in the DA's office. No, I'm only kidding about that. I'm a fan of Jeffrey because he has shown some true heart here today so far in his first competition. He'll be attempting 75 kilos here. Only been powerlifting for about 16 weeks. Down. Press. Little movement on the chest there, but that's probably not going to cost him, I wouldn't say. That's a good lift right there for Jeffrey. Nice job. All right, we're going to be attempting a second attempt here for Frank Baja. Had a little struggle in the first one. He attempted 80 kilos, did not get the credit for that lift, but he'll be attempting the same amount right now. And we'll see where that's at. His best bench is 125 as a master. So a little ways off from that here today, but his first meet, by the way, was back in 1981. So he works out at Gym 5. Let's root Frank on here for his second attempt at this weight. Feet are planted. Looks like a good solid base there. Press. Oh, dipped a little bit. I hope that's not going to cost him, especially with him trying to grind it out. Well, it's not going to matter anyway, but yeah, sometimes it just doesn't, it's just not there in a certain lift. Thought he was going to be able to press through that one. And that is a lot easier for me to say because I'm sitting without any weight on my chest over here. All right, Stephen Bale's in next for his second bench attempt of the day. Successful at 87.5. And he'll be attempting 90 kilos right now. All right, he's ready. He has unracked the weight. Press, start command given, press command given. It's going to struggle with this one. Not quite going to get it. You could see as the bar was coming off of his chest how it traveled towards his face a little bit. And when that happens, typically not a good sign. That can definitely derail your progress. All right, Sean Silver's in now for his second attempt. Was successful at 140. Looked pretty solid there. And he will be attempting 145 kilos. Sean competing in the Masters 50 to 55 division. We'll just keep it right here. Got a good clear view. Start command has been given. Press command given. And rack it. Nice job. That's a good lift right there for Sean. Good to see him back on track and looking real good after struggling today early in the squat. All right, we are back at the top of the order for this flight in the third and final attempt for these folks. Faith O'Reilly back. Well, Faith was successful at 30 kilos, struggled at 32.5, did not get that lift. So she will be attempting that weight again. Bar is loaded. You can hear the crowd rooting for Faith. Start command given. Press command. Come on, Faith. Here we go. She's going to get this one. That would look great. There you can hear the crowd erupting for Faith. That's a great lift right there. Excellent job. Excellent. That was a great lift. All right, Gigi up next. And she will be attempting 40 kilos. Was successful at 35. That looked real good. Struggled a little bit and obviously did not get the lift at 40 kilos. So she'll be attempting that weight again. I don't think necessarily that the strength was the issue there the last time. Just had a little trouble controlling the weight, which, I mean, you could argue that is a strength issue too, but not really. Down. Press. I didn't hear the command. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. See where she's at. Oh, that's going to count. Nice job. Good job for Gigi. Good lift. Excellent job. I always like to see if somebody fails at something to come back and kind of right that wrong, you know. Michelle Lashley in now, putting in the sideboards for her. Let's check out Michelle's setup here. Not much of an angle in the lower back. Somehow that still works, though. Press command given and racket. Looked good from this vantage point, and the refs agree. Malia up next. Malia successful at 42.5 and 47.5, bumping all the way up to 55 kilos. That's a big jump in the bench press, folks. But she's looked really good in the bench today. Looked good all day today so far. Not going to get it today. That was a big jump, folks. But hey, you know, you don't swing for the fences, you never hit home runs. So I applaud her for pushing it like that. Hildy Smart in now. She failed at 57.5 last time, so she'll be attempting 57.5 again. Press and rack. Looked good to me. None of the issues that she had with her last attempt. Seemed pretty dialed in, and that paid off for sure. Lacey Kitterman in now. Lacey was successful at 40 kilos and at 50 kilos. pretty big jump to 57.5 here. Let's go ahead and go back to that camera angle. Down. A little struggle already off the chest. We're going to see what the refs are going to say about that. Yeah, they're not going to give it to her. Lots of movement at the bottom, and that will generally get you some red lights for sure. That's just too bad because, as you could see, she just threw the weight up there. That's frustrating for sure. Back to Louisa McGrath here for her third and final attempt. She'll be attempting 60 kilos. Failed at 57.5, but then got it on her second attempt. And she is now going for 60 kilos here. Bar is unracked. Rack, start command given. Press command given. Come on. Push through it. Nice job. Very good. Good, solid lift right there. I was going to say, before I saw the red lights, I did see a little movement at the bottom. So I think that's what the ref saw as well. So that one will not count. Sarah Domingo up now. She was unsuccessful at 62.5 to start, but then came back at 65 kilos. She will be attempting 70 kilos now for her third and final attempt in the bench today. Again, I admire the courage of failing at a weight, but still staying the course of what you know you can get, what you're attempting to get. Little movement at the bottom, but I don't think that's going to cost her. That looked like a real solid lift right there for Sarah at 70 kilos. Well, I think one judge kind of saw what I saw, but again, not enough to flag somebody too much, I think. So that lift will count. Jeffrey Wormer in now. He was successful at 70 and 75 kilos, and we're attempting 77.5 kilos now, which I think is a good weight based on his last attempt. I think this is a good, solid progression for him, not going too much heavier, but still wanting to complete all those lifts. And he's been very successful so far today. Let's switch camera angles here real quick. Press command given. Good solid lift. Come on, Jeffrey. Come on. Push. You got it. Just almost there. He's almost there. And it's not going to go. Not going to go today, but that was real close. That is one of those frustrating lifts that I guarantee you the next time he does a bench session, he'll get that weight. He was right there. It was just about there. So anyway, a small misstep for Jeffrey, but overall still a solid day so far for him. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in the deadlift. All right, Frank Baja in now. Frank's third attempt at 80 kilos today. I think he's going to get this one. Frank has shown some grit and some tenacity today. That's going to come into play here. Sometimes things just don't go your way, and it isn't. It just happens, But the weight has not been an issue for him, really. At least in the squat, struggled a little bit last time, but let's see if we can get this one. I'm rooting for him for sure. Look at that, yeah. Now a little bit of a movement there, a little bit of a heave. We're going to see if that's going to count against him. It did not. That's great, fantastic. Good solid lift right there for Frank, and you like to see that. You like to see being able to get something, to get back onto the positive when you've struggled a little bit. Bruce Wilson in next. Wow, this is a big jump here. Started off at 60, which was, I would say, a little conservative. 70 looked pretty good for him, but bumping all the way up to 90 kilos. That's a 20-pound kilo jump, or 20 kilo jump, I should say, which is a lot in the bench press for sure. but he feels like he can handle it. Press command given, and it's not going to go today. It's not going. But, hey, again, you don't swing for the fences, you don't get a home run ever. So I think in hindsight he might have went for 80 and probably would have got it. But you never know. All right, Sean Silver's in now, and he will be the last competitor for this flight of our bench press competition in our first session today. Don't forget to stick around for our second session. Probably going to start around, I would say around 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that. Around maybe even 2 o'clock, depending on how fast the deadlift goes here. Sean successful at 140 and 145. He'll be attempting 150 kilos here. Press command given. Nice job. Little movement, but I don't think that's going to count against him. That's a good lift right there for Sean. What are the refs going to say? Yeah, I was going to say, you did see a little movement, but, it wasn't too much to affect the outcome of the lift, I don't think at all. And apparently the judges agreed as well. So good, solid lift right there for Sean, who struggled in the squat today but looked great in the bench. Karen McGorry-Cohen in now for her first attempt of the day. She will be starting off today at 50 kilos. Hey, don't forget, if you want to check us out, subscribe to this channel. You can watch any of the lifts and any of the competitions if you happen to miss any. Also, don't forget to follow us at USAPowerlifting.com. Good solid lift right there for Karen. 3 white lights for her, starting off at 50 kilos today. She said she loves deadlifting the most, Karen, so automatically I like her. That is my favorite as we move on to our next lifter. And rack command given. That's a good lift. For Emma. We've got a little technical issue here. And that was Emma Knox. Her first attempt was at 52.5. Sometimes there's a little lag and some things take a while to process. It's all right. I get it. It works the same way for me. Jennifer Teschner in now. Her first attempt today will be at 57.5. Bar is loaded. She's getting a little instruction to her spotter. We'll check out her setup here. Start command given. Press command given. That's a good, easy lift for her. A great start. 57.5, no problem at all. Irene is up next. She's a part of that very competitive women's open division today. She'll be attempting 57.5. She has looked real solid all day today. Down command. Press and rack. Nice job. Excellent lift right there. Kayla Conrad in now with her first bench of the day, and she will also be attempting 57.5. She trains in Denver. She is coached by Angela Catula, who is based in Michigan, so doing some virtual training right there. All right. 57.5 attempted. Down, press, rack. Great job right there for Kayla Conrad. Cassidy Pringle in now. Prego. Sorry. Again, folks, if I screw up your name, it is not intentional. It's because I'm a moron. She will be attempting 60 kilos today for her first attempt. Competing in the Women's Raw Open division today. Nice high arch in the back. Looks good. Really good bench right there. Good shot. Excellent. Well, thank you very much to our sponsor today, Apto Physical Therapy and Wellness. We're going to be talking with some folks from Apto later on in the broadcast today, for sure. We already spoke a little bit. We're going to just hear some more. So stick around for that. If you're beat up like me, your physical therapist is your best friend. Laura Cordova in now. Her first attempt in the bench today is at 62.5. She's looked real solid earlier today. A little bit of a movement down there, but I don't think that's going to cost her. It shouldn't cost her, I don't think. 62.5. Yeah, good. Good job. I should clarify, sometimes when I say there's movement at the bottom, sometimes it's the movement of the bar, sometimes it's the movement of their body. I'll try to be a little more specific there, but sometimes you see people wiggle when they get that weight on top of them, and that can be a no-no if it's extreme, right? If it's going to use momentum, then we don't like that. But sometimes it's just as easy as there's this strange object on your body and trying to adjust it just a bit. Press command given. It's a good solid lift right there for Jamie. 3 white lights for her. Allison up next. Her first attempt today will be at 65 kilos. Again, thank you so much to all of the volunteers here today. They really do work as a well-oiled machine. They make this competition move so quickly when it could last, decades. I have been to several powerlifting competitions where it has been a struggle to get things done in a timely manner, but the folks here always do such a great job. And if you'd like to be a part of that, just give us a ring over there at USA Powerlifting. Check out our Facebook page and check out, Instagram, all of that stuff, and usapowerlifting.com. Or heck, just show up and say, hey, I want to help. Bar is loaded for Allison now. She'll be attempting 65 kilos. Pretty good arch there in the low back. Still, though, making those points of contact. Press command given. Shoulders locked. Nice setup right there. And she's going to press it out. And that's a good lift. Okay, so maybe there was a little movement on the other side. I did not see that. Elizabeth Jensen in now for her first attempt. That's 65 kilos. Bar is loaded. Press command given. Rack command given. Looked like a good lift to me. Yep, 3 white lights for Elizabeth. Nice job. It's been a great day out here at CrossFit Mob. Folks out here always do such a nice job for us, helping us out. This is a great facility. If you're in the Thornton area, definitely come and check it out if you're looking for a great CrossFit box to work out at. These guys are great. You are watching USA Powerlifting Summer Showdown. All right, we're seeing those sideboards here for Cassie. Bar is loaded for her as well. We are all set. And a reminder, this very rarely comes into play, but you do have 1 minute after the bar is loaded to get to the bar and get your lift in. And rack it. All right, Shete up next. And I hope I am saying that name correctly. If not, and somebody can correct me within the sound of my voice here, just come in and say, hey, it's this or it's that. I'll gladly do that. I mentioned it earlier, I was a big fan of the intensity that she has brought to her squats. Let's see if we can see that on the bench press. Not that I can see the face as well, but hopefully we can see the attitude for sure. All right, legs are set, hips are set, shoulders look good, and good press command there. And rack it, 75 kilos. That looked pretty solid to me. Yep, and the judges agree. All right, and we are back with our second lift in the bench today for Karen. Karen was successful at 50 kilos, and she'll be attempting 55 kilos for her second attempt today. She's looked pretty solid, getting some last-minute communication there with the spotters. It's a smart thing to do. That's a solid lift right there for Karen. Always smart to communicate with your spotters, especially as you start getting to those weights where it should be. You know, things should be rough, and you don't need anything getting in the way. Everything's got to go right. So good communication is important. I guess at everything, right? Just turned into a therapy session all of a sudden. All right, Emma Knox in now. Emma looked good in the squat today and has looked good in the bench so far. She will be attempting 60 kilos. Was successful at 52.5. And press, rack it. Nice job there, Emma. Cassidy Pregel in now for her second attempt. She was successful at 60 kilos. She will be attempting 62.5 now. Great to see a good, solid crowd out here for the early session. Down, rack. Little movement there. I don't think they're going to buzzer for that. One judge did, but overall, good lift for Jennifer. Tell you, this can't be overstated. Benching in a gym without a judge, just so much different than it is in competition. And bench, honestly, might be the most technical of the list just because there's more commands and more things that you got to pay attention to. And you can't just rush through it. You know, you can't just barely touch your chest and press it out like you see so many folks at the gym do. Really is a technique that needs to be perfected. Just like that. That looked pretty darn good from Jennifer right there. She's successful at 62.5. Good lift for her. Nice progression in the weights as well, just that 5 kilo jump. I think that was a comfortable move for her. Obviously it was. All right, Irene in now for her second attempt of the day. She's successful at 57.5. She'll be attempting 62.5. Keep it right here. Press and rack. Good lift. And she's going to get credit for that one as well. She's had a solid day today so far. Has looked real good. And don't forget that you can keep up to date on everything going on with USA Powerlifting by checking out our website, usapowerlifting.com, and checking out the Facebook as well. You'll see a rebroadcast posted on there. If you have missed anything or if you happen to be any of the lifters that want to check out their performance, it's all right there. Great job. Good lift right there for Kayla. Absolutely a beautiful day outside, but it's a great day inside as well. We are going to finish this session of bench. Then we've got 2 flights of deadlift coming up, which, to be honest, folks, if you know me at all, you know that that's all I really care about. I just come to see people deadlift. The squats and bench are nice, but deadlift's the important one, right? But that's coming up here in just a bit. Then we will be taking a break and coming back at around, I'm going to say probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock for our second session. So even if you don't know anybody, you want to see some good lifting, tune in later on for the late afternoon session. Down and up. She's going to struggle with this one, but she might get it. Nope, not going to get it today. You see that bar kind of holding still for a while. Usually not a great sign. But again, I always like lifters that push it a little bit. You never know where you're at if you don't test your limits, It is funny, though, that you think in relative terms, a few pounds or a couple of kilos difference shouldn't feel like the weight of the world has changed. But if you've done any lifting at all, you know that sometimes that's the case. You get a lift and then you just increase, a couple of kilos, and it feels like the entire weight is on your shoulders, the weight of the world. That's how it goes. Jamie Gaterman, now she'll be attempting 65 kilos, was successful at 62.5. Great lifter. Good form right there. Nice job. Had a little bit of a sticking point there at the triceps when the triceps start taking over, but good lift right there. Nice job. Allison Craywick in now. She was unsuccessful at 65 kilos earlier. I will be attempting 67.5 for her second attempt. Bar is loaded for her. down and press. Little struggle there, but I don't think that's going to count against her. It shouldn't, but it might. Well, it's going to work. Elizabeth Jensen in now for her second attempt. Bar is loaded. She was successful at 67.5. She will now be attempting 72.5. Good progression for her. Might be a little light, though, based on her first lift. Well, that looked real solid. Very solid technique. Good press right there from Elizabeth. Nice job. All right, Cassidy Clayman in now. Was successful at 70 kilos. She will be attempting 75 kilos. Bar is loaded for Cassie. Nice job. Nice lift right there. And we are back to the top of the order now. Karen, who was successful at 50 and 55 kilos. Bar is loaded for Karen. Attempting 60 kilos today in her third and final bench attempt. She's gonna fight through it. Not gonna be quite enough today. Almost had it. A little bit of a lag there on that left arm, but you always like to see the effort there. Laura Cordova in now. Was successful at 62.5, was unsuccessful in her last attempt at 65, so she will be attempting 65 again. Good high arch there for her setup. Press, a little bit of a movement there. Yeah, not quite there. Not quite there today. Anytime you start seeing the bar path move either forward, up towards the head, or down the body, that's usually not a great sign. Try to do your best to get that bar straight up and down if you can, or at least, in an arch, off the chest. Starts to travel away from you, that's usually trouble. Cassidy Priegel in now. She was successful at 60 and 62.5. She'll be attempting 65 kilos right now. Down, press, and lock it out. And rack it. Perfect. Great lift right there for Cassidy. She was successful at 65 kilos. All right, Emma Knox in now. Emma successful at 52.5 and 60 kilos. She'll be attempting 65 kilos as well. Again, a part of that women's raw division today. I do like the approach that Emma has had all day today. Fairly conservative in her first attempts and then pushing it on second and third. And this one, again, another great lift from her. Little bit of movement on the bottom there, but I think with her hips moving just a bit, not enough to cost her the lift though. Jennifer up next. She was successful earlier today at 57.5 and 62.5. She'll be attempting 65 kilos right here. Notice that she was not given the start command until her hips hit the bench. Press and rack. Nice job. Good lift right there for her. Excellent job. Kayla Conrad in now for her third and final attempt. She was successful at 57.5 and 62.5. She'll be attempting 65 kilos right now. Her best bench is 132.2 coming into this meet, so she has beaten that today. And hopefully we'll continue to beat it right here. Press and rack. Great job. Good solid lift right there for Kayla, who's had a solid day all around so far. It's looked good. Jamie Gatorman, in now. She was successful at 62.5 and at 65, going up to 67.5 now. Getting those last adjustments here. The bar is loaded for her. Let's check out her setup here. Feet are planted. Looks like she's ready. The bar is unracked. Start command has been given. Press command up, and to just, yeah. Again, you saw that bar travel towards her head and off to the left a little bit. Just not a lot of control. Really tried to get that weight off of her chest. Couldn't quite lock that one out. All right, last attempt here in the bench for Irene. She was successful at 57.5 and at 62.5. We'll be going up another 5 kilos to 67.5. She's had a good day so far. Good press command has been given. A little movement on the chest, and I don't think it's going to matter yet. Not quite going to be able to lock that one out. Just about there, though. Overall, still a positive day for Irene. All right, Allison in now for her third and final bench press attempt of the day. She was unsuccessful at 65 kilos, but was successful in her second attempt at 67.5. She'll be attempting 70 kilos right here. She's got a big smile on her face. I think she feels good about this one. There's a quick conversation with the spotters. Not going to get it today. Not quite there. Had a good initial push off the chest. I thought she was going to be able to lock that one out. And then again, you see that just that little bit of a dip. That momentum stops, and typically that's when you get into trouble. But overall, still a good day, and I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do in the deadlift, which will be coming up after, well, we finish this attempt here in the next few minutes, or this flight, I should say. In the next few minutes, and then we will take a short break and come back with the deadlift portion of our first session. But don't forget, that's not all the lifting that we have today. We do have another session in the afternoon, probably coming back around, well, I would say it's going to be around 2:30 or 3 o'clock. So tune in for all that action. All right, Elizabeth up now, attempting 75 kilos. And again, another solid lift. This one, I got to be honest, she has been looking great all day today. That looks like the lift that was the most challenging for her. She did get one red light, a little bit of a body movement as she was struggling. But that was the first thing that looks like she struggled with all day. She's looked real solid. Looking forward to seeing what she can do in the deadlift in our next portion. Casey Clayman in now. Casey was successful at 70 and 75 kilos, bumping it up to 82.5 for her final attempt in the bench press today. She's had some real solid lifts for sure. I don't expect this one to be any different. Start command given. Press is given. Oh, look at that. Easy work of that one. That was a great lift right there, and I hope the judges are going to see it the same way, and they do, and I don't know why they wouldn't. Great lift. All right. And this is the last lifter in this flight. Then we will take a short break. Shay up now. She's had some solid squats today and has been successful at 70 and 80 kilos in the bench. She'll be attempting 85 right here. Slow and controlled. That's a good press. Oh, I thought she was going to get it. Couldn't quite get it. That initial push looked really, really solid. And you see the weight just kind of buckle just a bit. And we struggle sometimes when that happens. All right, well, that's going to do it for the bench press portion of our early session here today. We are going to take a short break, about 10 minutes or so, and then we are coming back with in my opinion, the only part that really matters, and that's deadlift. And that's coming up here in just a little bit. You are watching USA Powerlifting right here on YouTube, broadcasting live from CrossFit MLB, CrossFit Mob, right here in Thornton, Colorado. We'll be back in just a few, probably around 10 minutes, so stick around. back, and we are broadcasting live from CrossFit MOB, CrossFit Mob, CrossFit Mind Over Body. And I thank you for joining us. We are here for USA Powerlifting and the Summer Showdown. Been an awful lot of fun here so far. And we are just about ready for the deadlift portion of this first heat, or first session to start. We do have 2 flights here. And we've already seen some good squats and good bench press today. But now we are getting to my favorite part of every competition, and that is the deadlift. So we're going to be getting into that here in just a little bit. It looks like our first bar may, in fact, be loaded for our first competitor, Faith O'Reilly. We did hear the announcement probably about 35, 40 seconds ago about lifters not being able to change their first weights. So that generally means we are just about ready to start. As we see some of our volunteers here hanging out and having a good time. It's been a good crowd here today so far. Lots of support for the powerlifting community here in Thornton. And we do thank everybody who has been watching online as well. And don't forget, you can catch us later on today as well, probably around 3 o'clock is what I was just told, for our second session. And then don't forget to join us tomorrow as well. So if you're, enjoying your Sunday and want to watch some lifting, make sure you tune in to tomorrow for the team competition, which I am excited about. Normally something you don't see a ton of in powerlifting, team competitions, but we're going to be getting into that tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for all of that right here on YouTube. And don't forget to join us for all of that. And you can join us online as well. So make sure you are checking out all of our social media pages like USAPowerlifting.com, and check out our Facebook page. Check out our Instagram page, I believe, as well. That's a great place to find a lot of our past meets and things if you want to do. Check out some things that we've done before. And just a quick little note here before we get started. We've got a few seconds to kill here. The T-shirt designs are always fantastic for USA Powerlifting. Just always great, and you can see kind of that's the design for the T-shirts that we can see there up on that big kind of backdrop there. They're just always so good, All right, we are just about a minute away maybe for our first competitor, and that will be Faith O'Reilly, who's had a good meet so far today. We will be checking in with her. We did speak with her a little bit. If you happen to notice, we've got the new fan cam. We're going to be doing a little bit more with that as time goes on, and probably later on today as well. That's pretty fun. Wireless mic and just following somebody around with a camera, talking to some of the great folks here. Again, a special thanks to all of our volunteers who have helped out here today. If you do want to volunteer, you can always do that by, just sending us a message, and saying, hey, I'd like to help out, I don't know, with selling T-shirts or just, taking tickets or helping with spotting and, changing weights and things like that. So make sure you can get a hold of us there. All right, it sounds like we are just about ready to get started now with our first competitor, which will be Faith O'Reilly. Fan favorite here for sure for Faith. Playing around with some new camera angles and things like that. It's been fun today. I'm kind of a audio-visual geek as well as a powerlifting geek, so those things are matching up well for me here today. All right, bar is loaded for Faith already. We're just waiting for the official announcement, and there it is, and Faith is not wasting any time as she makes her way to the bar. She will be attempting 55 kilos this afternoon. Up and down, just like that. No problem at all for Faith. 55 kilos. Good solid first start for her today. All right, Gigi up next. Gigi's had an up and down day today. Frustrating day in the squat for her early on, but came back and did pretty well on the bench, even though she did miss attempt. I thought she looked pretty good. Strength hasn't been the issue for Gigi at all today. It's her first attempt in her first meet at the deadlift, and that looked really solid right there. Great job from her. All right. Up next, Michelle Lashley. She will be attempting 72.5 for her first attempt today. As we get the bar loaded for her. Lots of folks representing lots of great gyms and great coaches here today. Always like to see, 3 or 4 people from the same gym coming down. All right, Michelle here with her first attempt. Easy attempt right there. 72.5 for her. No problem at all. All right, Bruce Wilson up next. Bruce's first attempt today, he will be attempting 80 kilos. Bruce competing in the Masters division today. Has had a solid day so far. Good starting weight for Bruce, I think. It is interesting to watch different competitors and when the way they choose to go about their weights based on their own personal strengths. He hasn't competed in a meet in over 30 years. He would like to thank his wife, Lisa. By the way, he has competed in 5 full Ironman competitions. That's fantastic. An easy attempt right there for Bruce Wilson today. Lacey Kitterman next. Bar is loaded for Lacey. She'll be starting off at 92.5. And again, doesn't come up too often, but you do have 1 minute from the time the announcement is made that your bar is loaded to completing your lift. Good solid lift right there from Lacey. You could tell right from the setup. Lightweight for her. Great attempt. Although I think she might have been a little quick on the down portion of the lift, and that's why she got that 1 red light, but not enough to cost her the lift. Malia up next. She will be attempting 100 kilos. All right, bar looks like it's loaded, and we are ready to go. And we are. Her top deadlift is this right here, 100 kilos. And yeah, that was pretty easy. So it looks like we are definitely going to see a PR from her. She works for CU Boulder, by the way, and just moved here from the UK. Shout out to her parents, her husband Colin, and her dogs, Stevie and Finn. All right. Louisa McGrath up next. She will be attempting 105 kilos for her first attempt today. Just leave it at this angle right here. Good setup right there, conventional stance, and now piece of cake right there for Louisa. Excellent lift. Sarah D'Amico up next. Her first attempt today will be at 115. She's looked real solid all day today. Had some very good lifts. Competing in that very competitive women's Raw Open today. Good conventional stance there. She's going to drop the hips and go. No, she just went right for it. Easy lift right there. Excellent job. Hildy Smart in now. Hildy's had a good day so far too. She's going to start her first attempt today at 125 kilos. Bar is loaded for Hildy. Again, the deadlift, the least technical of the three lifts. Least things that could go wrong. You know, you either pick it up or you don't, you know. All right, Jeffrey Wormer in now for his first deadlift attempt of the day. He will be attempting 132.5 kilos. For Jeffrey's first competition, he has done very well today. Good lift right there. Good solid bar speed. No problems at all. Good first attempt for Jeffrey. Stephen Bales in now. His first attempt of the day will be 157.5. Now his best deadlift is 370 pounds, so this is a good starting weight for him. He wants to give a shout out to his mom, his wife Susie, and his son Ian. He is coached by Jason Wood there in Arvada. And again, nice easy lift for Stephen. Frank Baja in now. His first attempt today will be at 160 kilos. You can. Mm-hmm. All right, yeah. Good lift right there from Frank Baja. And I did have one red light. Charles Holbrook in now for his first attempt today at the deadlift. It will be at 167.5 kilos. And we're going to be chatting with Amy here in just a little bit, so make sure you tune in for that. Well, you're not going anywhere. I don't even want to say that. All right, Charles got his set up here. Conventional stance. Good pull right there. A lot of back in that one. And good lift for Charles. 3 white lights for him. You can hear he's a fan favorite for sure. And with me right now is Amy. Amy, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let me see. Do we get the right mic for you? There you go.
That sound better?
That's better, yeah. All right.
I'm Amy Osborne. I'm a physical therapist, and I'm just here supporting some of the athletes today. I specialize in pelvic floor dysfunction, which is not really something that we see as much in males, but we certainly in females in the deadlift in particular can see some urinary incontinence, which is involuntary urinary leakage. And so I'm here supporting a lot of these athletes to kind of help them understand why that happens and, to maybe prevent that from happening in the future. I think we sometimes think this is a Kegel issue, and that's not normally the issue.
What is normally the issue generally?
Normally it's how we regulate pressure, right? We see these athletes in belts, and the belt is meant to help us increase our intra-abdominal pressure, which stiffens up our trunk and protects the back.
All right, we're going to get back to you here in just a second. Good lift right there from Sean Silvers, who has had some issues today, but looked real good right there. Amy, so if folks want to get a hold of you, how can they do that?
Yeah, my practice is Apto Physical Therapy. We're here in Denver, but I always recommend if you're somewhere else outside of the Colorado area, just Google quick, internet search of pelvic floor physical therapists. They should be able to help you understand what's going on with your body and help prevent any of those issues in case you're dealing with them and you don't want to be.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody wants to be. Well, give me one small little tip that somebody can do if they don't have any issues to maybe, hey, I don't want to have issues. What should I be doing that I'm not doing?
Yeah, the big thing is to just start to bring some awareness when you brace. Do I feel pressure travel downward? Instead, we want to think about when I brace, I feel that pressure travel outward toward the belt, but it's not traveling down. So, a sensation we're all familiar with is when we pass gas. So when you brace, you shouldn't feel like you're passing gas. You should feel like, oh, I'm actually pressing out into the belt, and learning to breathe that way is ultimately the most important thing that we can be doing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for stopping by. You're going to be stopping by throughout the afternoon as well, right?
Around,
so good deal. And if you have any questions, if you are here, I know a lot of folks are actually listening to us while they're watching. So if they have any questions, they can come talk to you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Amy, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are back at the top of the order now with Faith O'Reilly. And again, another easy lift for Faith. Great attempt right there at 57.5 kilos. And she just made it look so easy, didn't she? Of course she did. Yeah, special thanks to Amy from Apto. And if you're out here right now, go chalk with her. Everybody needs a little some physical therapy, a little help. I certainly could probably put her and her kids and her grandkids through college with all the issues that I seem to have. But the price we pay for things we love. All right, let's get back to powerlifting. Right, Gigi in now. Her second attempt, she was successful, very successful at 60 kilos, bumping it all the way up to 75. This is what we like to see in the deadlift, people going for those much bigger weights. And look at that. That was easy lift right there for Gigi, who has experienced a lot so far in her first meet that she's ever competed in. She's had some good ups and some good solid lifts, as well as a couple heartbreakers today, but that's kind of the way it goes at times. So hopefully she can continue to build on the successes she's had. She's looked real good in the deadlift so far today. Michelle up next. Michelle's first attempt at 72.5 was successful and looked terrific. The second attempt at 80 kilos. He's just waiting on that command. And up and down, just like that. Important thing to remember is, you do have to wait for that down command. Doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as other commands in other lifts. It's just kind of, you have to have control at the top, hips locked out, that kind of stuff. And if they are, then Get that down command, and you're all set. Lacey Kitterman on now with her second attempt. She was successful at 92.5s. Now she's going for 95. Was a very good lift in her first attempt today. This one, no different. Good solid lift right there for Lacey. I think she might have been a little quick on her descent, but not enough to cost her that lift. Louisa McGrath in now with her second attempt. She was successful at 105, and she will be, well, I'm telling the future. I'm hoping that she will be successful at 110. But she has looked real solid today and was real solid in her first deadlift attempt. I don't see any reason why this would be any different. All right, feet are set. And she's grinding it out, but she's got it. Good lift right there. Good, consistent, solid bar speed. Look, they're not all going to fly up like, like they're nothing, right? They shouldn't. If they are, then you're not challenging yourself. That was a good lift right there. Bruce Wilson in now for his second attempt. His first attempt was at 80 kilos. Got that pretty easy. We'll be attempting 110 kilos now. All right, Bruce is all set. Getting his feet there. I'm just going to stay with this angle right now. And up, just like that for Bruce. No problems at all. Great job. Malia up now. Successful at her first attempt in the deadlift today at 100 kilos. She'll be attempting 110 now. Good job. Excellent lift right there. Got a little quiet there. I was just watching the setup. Great lift right there. Sarah D'Amico up next. Her first attempt was at 115, and she was successful there. She will attempt 125 for her second attempt. Bar is loaded for Sarah. And we are broadcasting live from Thornton at CrossFit MOB. Good setup right here for Sarah. Struggled just a little bit. You notice that there's something that doesn't happen too often, but she started moving sideways just a little bit. So kind of maybe feet weren't set. And sometimes, heck, the weight is just heavy, and that's just how it goes sometimes. Hildy Smart in next. Her first attempt, she was successful at 125. She will be attempting 130. Looks like her feet are set. See a good setup, and good lockout right there for Hildy. Excellent job. Jeffrey Wormer in now for his second attempt. His first attempt was at 132.5. He will now be attempting 137.5. Jeffrey's first competition, and he's done well. Glasses are off. Drops the hips just a little bit. Knees cave in just a bit, but not enough to stop him there. Good job. Good lift right there for Jeffrey. successful at 137 kilos. Stephen Bales in now. He was successful at his first attempt, which is 157.5. He will be attempting 162.5 today. All right, the bar is loaded for his second attempt of the day in the deadlift at 162.5 kilos. Nice way to grind that one out. Good solid attempt right there for Stephen. 162.5 kilos. All right, Frank Baja in now. His second attempt. Successful at his first attempt at 160. He will be attempting 170 right now. Frank retired from the United States Army. Has looked good today. Has had some few struggles, but you know, that's why it's a competition, right, folks? You can't just come in and do things that you run away with, right? Looked real good at 160. We'll see how 170 looks for him. Looks pretty easy to me. Nice lift right there for Frank. Good lift. Might have had a slight lean forward. I mean, he did lock his hips out, but looked like he was leaning forward just a bit. That happens, so that might be something to work on for sure. It is easy for me to say that because I am not lifting that weight right now. All right, Charles Holbrook in now for his second attempt. His first attempt was at 167.5, and he was successful. He will be attempting 177.5. Competing in the men's raw masters, 70 to 74 division. Charles is a good deadlifter. I've seen him in the past. And he's looked good today so far. Not going to get this one. Oh, he is going to get this one today. It looked like it was going to get away from him, and it did. You notice how that bar kind of swung to our left a little bit, but that one took a lot out of him for sure. But that was, yeah, and they're not going to give it to him. Okay, yeah, they're saying he was not in control. That does happen, but impressive nonetheless for Charles. And I think he'll be able to get that one if he were to try to. Well, he will have to at least attempt that unless he chooses not to attempt his third and final lift. All right, Sean Silver's in now for his second attempt of the day in the deadlift. He was successful at 200 kilos. He will be attempting 205 now. Drops his hips and goes just like that. What an easy attempt for Sean Silvers. Sean has really bounced back nicely from having some setbacks in the squat earlier today. His bench looked good, and his deadlifts have been, I mean, just that was a very good deadlift. Good form. And we are back at the top of the order for the third and final attempt of the folks in this particular flight. Now, keep in mind, we do have one more for this early session, and we will be coming back, I don't know, around 3 o'clock today, I would imagine. So make sure you tune in for that. But we are up now is Faith O'Reilly. Faith was successful at 55 kilos and 57.5. She will be attempting 60 kilos right now. Faith doesn't waste any time, gets to the bar, picks it up, and sets it down, and then she's off on her way. Great lift right there for Faith O'Reilly. A good solid day for Faith. I think she only missed one lift, if I recall, and that was her last attempt at the bench. Gigi Maffett up next. Gigi has bounced back nicely as well. Had some ups and downs today. She was successful in her first attempt at the deadlift, which was 60 kilos. Then it's 75 kilos. She will be attempting 82.5 kilos next. All right, we are all set. We're going to check out the setup that Gigi has. Kind of shoulder width apart. She's going to drop her hips maybe and go. Just going straight for the pull. And down, just like that. Nice attempt right there for Gigi. And that will complete her meet, her first meet. I'll have to get her thoughts on how she thought she did today. I thought she did great. Fantastic job for Gigi, and I hope she had fun. Michelle Lashley in now with her third and final deadlift attempt today. She was successful at 72.5. She was successful at 80. Now she's pushing her a little bit and then heading to 92.5 for her third and final attempt today. She's had a good solid day today. I hope she's been happy with it. It's been fun to watch her. Good pull right there for Michelle. Excellent job. All right. As we move on now to our next competitor, which is Lacey Kitterman. She was successful at 92.5 and at 95. She will be attempting 105 for her last lift of the day. She's competing into that very competitive Women's Raw Open. And the bar looks like it is all set for her. Good solid lift right there for Lacey. Just my opinion from seeing her today in the deadlift, I think she's got another good 20 kilos to her total that she could do. So great lifts today from her. Louisa McGrath up now. Louisa has looked pretty solid today. And especially solid in the deadlift. Some good, solid, quick lifts for her. 105 kilos was her first attempt. She was successful. She was successful at 110 kilos as well. And she is attempting 115 kilos for her third and final attempt. Some minor adjustments here with the belt. She is ready to go. She's struggling through that one, but that's a good lift right there. Good, solid bar speed. Bar never stopped moving, didn't slow down. And that's a PR for her as well, I believe. Great lift from her. Malia up now. Malia's had a good day today. 100 kilos was her first attempt in the deadlift, and it was successful. Also successful at 110. Moving up to 117.5 for her last attempt of the day. Nice wide stance. Drops her hips and goes just like that. Easy lift right there. Nice locked out hips. Great one. Great lift right there from Malaya, and she has had a good day today. All right, Sarah D'Amico up next. Sarah's had a little struggle last time. I think it was more of a balance issue for Sarah. We'll see, though. She was successful at 115, did miss her last attempt at 125, so she will be attempting 125 again for her third and final lift. Hopefully she can get the setup down. If you remember last time, that bar kind of just traveled to one side and just kind of too much to recover. And we're rooting for her right here. Good lift right there. And it just doesn't have it today. You know, sometimes those days happen. Setup was a lot better this time. Just couldn't quite get it off the floor. But again, I don't think that weight is too far off for her, really. When we see her again, I think she'll get it. Bruce Wilson in now. Bruce looked real good in his last attempt. First attempt was at 80 kilos, and that was very easy for him. 110 worked out real well, and he's attempting 130 right now, and I think he's going to get it because he has looked real sharp. That's a good lift right there. Good, nice, continuous bar speed. No real slowing down. Good pull right there for Bruce Wilson. Bruce has had a good, solid day today. All right. We continue now for Hildy Smart. Hildy has had a good day today. I sound like a broken record, but everybody here we haven't had anybody that I would say has had any meltdowns or any collapses. Everybody's looked real good. Her first attempt was at 125. She was successful. She was successful at 130, and she will be attempting 137.5 right here. Good pull right there. Good consistent bar speed past the knees and just locking those hips out. Academic from here. Nice job. Good lift right there from Hildy. If I'm not mistaken, that is a PR for her. That is terrific. All right. Now to the guy that I have been cheering for all day in his first competition. Only been powerlifting for about 4 months. Jeffrey Wormer. His first attempt at the deadlift was at 132.5. He was successful. He was successful at 137.5. He will be attempting 142.5. And I think these are good weights for Jeffrey. It's definitely something that is doable. Concentrate. He's got his setup. He's ready to go. Drops his hips and pull. That's a good solid pull. Keep going. Nice job. Excellent job there from Jeffrey. And a great way to finish out his first powerlifting meet. Great job. I hope you enjoyed it here today because we've all certainly enjoyed watching him. Stephen Bales in now with his third and final attempt. He's looked good today as well, and good in the deadlift especially. He hit 157.5 to open. Second attempt was at 162.5, and he will be attempting 167.5 now. Little bit, not quite a sumo stance, but not quite a conventional. Kind of a little bit of a hybrid in between the two of those. Does have the arms on the inside. And he's got a good pull right there. Pulls right past the knees. And once he got to the knees, how easy that pull was. Great at locking out. Very good lift right there for Stephen Bales. I'm going to say maybe he didn't lock his hips out as much as he should have, but I think he's all right. Kind of weird. There we go. Sorry, folks. I moved my mouse a little bit. I don't know if that was coming through in the screen or not, but it was blocking everything for just a second. All right, Charles Holbrook now. Charles has looked real good. His last attempt he did not get was a bit of a struggle for him, but he was successful at 167.5. Failed, like I said, at 177.5, but he will be trying that weight again right now, 177.5 kilos. You are watching USA Powerlifting, broadcasting live from CrossFit MOB right here in Thornton, Colorado. Be sure to check those guys out online. Find out all about this great place. Good pull right there from Charles. He's got it. See if he can just lock it out. See what the refs are going to say, judges say about that. That's got to be a good lift. Come on, it has to be. Let's see what they say about that. I'm going to assume that they gave him the white lights on it. I haven't seen any confirmation yet, but you hear the cheers from the crowd that, yeah, it's going to count. We did have one red light, but overall a good lift. All right, Frank Baja up next for his third and final attempt of the day. Was successful at 160 and successful at 170. Pushing it a little bit, heading up to 182.5 for his final attempt. Getting the hands set. Good conventional stance right there. Drops his hips. Chest is up high. That's a good lift right there. Just past the knees and keep going. Come on. There we go. Lock it out. Again, a little bit of that forward lean. I don't think it's going to cost him here today. Shouldn't. But it might in the future. Nice job right there for Frank. Good lifts. Real solid lifts all day today. He's looked real good. All right, Sean Silver's in now for the last lifter in this particular flight, I believe. Sean's had a frustrating day in the squat, but has bounced back nicely and looked real good in the deadlift here today. He was successful at 200 kilos, also successful at 205. He will be attempting 215 kilos now. Bar is loaded for Sean as he looks to close out this particular flight. We still have one more on this early session today. And don't forget to join us later on today as well at around 3 o'clock. Got his hands set, drops his hips, and goes just like that. What an easy lift for Sean. That was a fantastic lift. I got to be honest. I think right now he's got another 20 kilos easy in him there. So maybe that's something to work on for the future. But overall, a big day, a good day for Sean Silvers. All right, and we are at the top of the order for our second and final heat of the early session today. Like I just mentioned not too long ago, that we do have another session coming up today. You can watch just right here at around 3 o'clock. So make sure you tune in for all of that right here on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you haven't done that already. And you can always find out what's going on with us by checking out our website at usapowerlifting.com. Check out our Facebook as well. You will be able to, later on today, if there's a part of the competition that you missed or just a part you wanted to watch again, or you want to watch your friends and loved ones compete, we will be posting this competition on our Facebook page as well. So check that out. All right, back to the business at hand, which is deadlifting. Karen in now with her first attempt at 105 kilos. Good lift right there. Nice solid lift. Bar path was straight up and down, consistent speed, looked real good. Bar is loaded. And down. Nice job. Good lift right there for Emma, who has had a good solid day and had a good strategy throughout her lifting today. She has started out rather conservatively on each lift and built herself up. Worked to higher. Lifts. All right, Jennifer up now. Jennifer's looked good as well. Her first attempt today will be at 127.5. Nice job. All right, here we go for Irene. For her first attempt, she will be attempting 127.5 kilos. And that's a good solid lift, good solid starting weight for her deadlift portion of the competition at 127.5. All right, Cassie Pregel up next with her first attempt of the day in the deadlift. She will be attempting 130 kilos. And we'll check the setup here. And drops those hips and pulls. Good solid pull right there. You notice she had a little bit of a bend in her right arm, and she'll want to correct that. Didn't cost her there, but in the future, as weights get a little heavier, that could be an issue. Not that anybody needs me to coach them, but it is something that I'm noticing. But she has had a really solid day today. Laura Cordova up now with her first attempt in the deadlift at 132.5 kilos. Wastes no time, gets her feet set and goes just like that. No problems at all. All right, the bar looks like it is set for Allison. Bar is loaded for Allison. She will be attempting 135 kilos. And very solid lift right there. Nice job. All right. Elizabeth Jensen is our next competitor. She will be attempting 137.5 kilos. Libby is up. Drops her hips and good pull right there from the start. Nice job. Good lift right there for Elizabeth. She's had a pretty solid meet all the way around. No real weak points today. From an outsider perspective, anyway. I don't have her personal goals right in front of me, but I think she's done well today. Another person who has done well today is Jamie Gaterman. Her biggest problem is me mispronouncing her name today a lot. All right. She will be attempting 140 kilos. Good pull right there. Nice job. Up and down, no problem at all. No fuss, no muss. Excellent first lift. Casey Clayman in now. Same weight, 140 kilos. Cassie has had a good solid day today. Well, looks like they're having a uniform issue. Oh, they're talking to her about her socks. She does not have the right socks, maybe. They're going to give her a chance to change, and we're going to move to somebody else, I believe. Or we're going to stick right here and see what's going on. Are they going to give her a minute? How? Yep, that is exactly it, that she is required to wear knee socks in the deadlift. So are we going to give her an opportunity to put those on real quick, or are we going to skip her? That's what we're waiting to find out. Looks like they are changing the weight, though, so yeah, she is not going to get credit for that lift because she did miss her time. So, well, that's something you don't see very often. Again, something you need to pay attention to in the rules meetings. And if you have any questions at all. All right, so she will not get that attempt. And we will move on now to Kayla Conrad. Kayla will be attempting 147.5. Drops her hips. Deadlifts with that head down. And good lift right there for Kayla. 147.5 kilos. Not bad at all. All right, and we are at Shay next. She will be attempting 150 kilos for her first attempt. Shay's looked good today. Had some intense lifts for sure. Easy lift right there for her. Excellent job. So she's successful at 150. All right, we move back to the top of the order now. Again, just moving through these, the deadlift. Typically, we always move through pretty quick during the deadlift. Not a lot, not as much to change and that type of thing. Karen up now. Her first attempt was at 105, and she was successful. Looked real good, as a matter of fact. And so she'll be moving up 5 kilos and attempting 110 for her second attempt of the day. Second to last lift of the day for her. Got her hands set, feet set, and a good lift right there. Good solid lift for 110 kilos. I would suggest, if it were me and I was in the situation she's in, I would think another maybe 10 to 15 kilos higher, somewhere around there. That's just me, because that looked pretty easy for her. Really good, solid attempt. All right, Emma Knox in now. Emma looked real good in her first attempt, which is 127.5. Actually looked real easy. And we talked about this a little earlier today about She's had a good strategy. I think has been pretty conservative on her first lifts of each event, and that's a smart thing to do. Put in some work on her second sets and then swung for the fences on the third. So I kind of expect more of that here. Good sumo stance. Waiting for that signal. Hands on the bar. She's up and rips it. Nice job. And back down. Yeah, easy lift right there. And again, I expect her to go for a bigger number next time. That looked great. 135 kilos for Emma. Cassidy Priegel in now for her second attempt of the day. First attempt was successful at 130 kilos. She will be attempting 137 here. Feet are set, hips dropped, and a good pull right there. Tiny twist at the beginning, but didn't affect her really at all. Nice job. Good lift right there for her. All right, Irene up next. Her first attempt today was at 127.5 in the deadlift. She'll be moving up 10 kilos now to 137. And a good pull right there. Nice job. Good lift for Irene, who has been competing for a little while now. Great job right there. Laura Cordova, who is competing in the Women's Raw Open competition, has done well. Had some good lifts today. She was successful at 132.5. She will now be attempting 140. Up and back down. No problems at all. Good lift. Again, thank you very much to our volunteers and USA powerlifting crew. Has really made this particular event go very quickly. All of the events go very smoothly, and we do thank the leadership of the folks here at USA Powerlifting and just the ease that the folks here at CrossFit MOB give us. All right, now Cassie's here with her knee-high socks. She failed at 140 and easily gets the 140 here. So that failure in the first one, that was a complete technical issue. Of course, she didn't even get to attempt because she didn't have the right socks on. Good for her. I'm glad that she can move on, and let's see what she can do in her third and final attempt. All right, Jennifer up next. Was successful at 127.5. She will be attempting 140 kilos next. Up and down, just like that. No problems at all. I would expect her to go pretty heavy for this next one. All right, Allison up now. Her first attempt, she was successful at 135. She'll be attempting 142.5 now. Bar is loaded for her. And good pull right there. Up and locked out and back down. Nice job. All right, Elizabeth Jensen up now with her second attempt. She was successful at 137. She will be attempting 145. As we are winding down this first session today. Elizabeth has looked real solid through all of her lifts here today. Good pull right there. Nice consistent bar speed. No stoppage. Straight up and down. Good lift. All right. Got Jamie Gatorman in now. Jamie's first attempt was successful at 140. She will be attempting 147.5. Good setup and a good pull right there. No problem at all. Excellent lift. Good bar speed, good bar path. We've got Kayla Conrad in now, who has already hit 147.5, and she will be attempting 155 right now. This will be a PR for her. She wants to shout out to all her friends living in Kentucky. She played soccer and equestrian sports most of her life. Now she's a power lifter, and a good one. Just got into it about 1.5 years ago. That's a good pull right there. She's got plenty more in the tank, if you ask me. I think she should definitely go much heavier in her next attempt. That looked great. All right, we are here now at the bottom of the order. We will start at the top for the third and final attempt after Shea, who was successful at 150, pushing it up to 162.5 for her second attempt today. She's got a good setup. We're going to check that out, and now she's getting a little bit of that slack out of the bar. Down and a good pull. She just has to lock that out. Had a little struggle at the top, but a good lift. Bar came off the floor very quickly. That is the interesting thing about the deadlift. Some folks struggle at the bottom, some folks struggle at the top. And we are back at the top of the order for this flight, the last flight in our early session today. Don't forget, we do have another one coming up. And we're going to probably start that at about 3 o'clock today, so stick around for that. Karen McGorry-Cohen up now. She was successful at 105 and successful at 110. She will be attempting 112.5 right now. Bar is loaded. Down and good pull right there. Nice job for Karen. Excellent job. Great way to end the competition right there with a deadlift of 112.5. Emma Knox in now. Emma bumping it up to 137.5. She was successful at 135. I don't know. I think she should go a little heavier. That's just me. Of course, I don't have to lift it. Bar is loaded for Emma. Getting herself psyched up. Tightens the shoulders. Feet are set and a good pull right there. Nice job. Good. 137.5 kilos. And a good solid day for Emma. I don't think she missed a lift all day today. Great for her. Good job. Cassidy up now for her third and final attempt of the day. She was successful at 130, successful at 137.5. She will be attempting 140. Up. Good pull right there and back down. Nice job. Great way to end the session for her as well with 140 kilos. All right, Irene is in now. She will be attempting the same weight, 140 kilos. She was successful at 127.5 and successful at 137.5. Bumping this up to 140. Good job. Good lift right there. Not much more to say than that. Straight up and down. Pretty consistent speed. Great way to end it. Laura Cordova in now. Her third and final attempt. She was successful at 132, 140. Now she will be attempting 147. Bar is loaded as she attempts 147.5. Good lift right there. A little awkward, but strength was certainly there. Great lift right there for Laura. Excellent job. Great way to end the competition for her. Elizabeth Jensen in now. Elizabeth has had a good day. First attempt was at 137.5 in the deadlift, and she was successful. Also successful at 145. She will be ending her day with an attempt at 147.5. The bar is loaded. And good pull right there. A little bit of a struggle, but that's what the deadlift is all about. You're struggling through that. Good lift right there. Excellent job. And a good day for Libby. Cassie Clayman in now. See if she bounced back rather easily from the sock issue. She did fail at that 140 due to a technical issue, but came right back and got it very easily. So now bumping it up to 150 for her third and final attempt. I expect a big lift here from her. So that 140 that she did last time looked pretty easy. All right. Makes her way to the platform. She is all set. And an easy lift right there for her. Very good lift right there for Cassie. All right, Allison in now with her third and final attempt. She was successful at 135 and successful at 142.5. Her third attempt will be at 150. As we approach the end of this session today in the Summer Showdown for USA Powerlifting, broadcasting live from CrossFit MOB. Getting her hands set. Good conventional stance. And pull. Good pull right there. Got to lock those hips out. She's got it. Nice job. Good lift. All right. Jennifer up next. Her first attempt was at 127.5, and she was successful. Bumped it way up to 140 for her second set and got it. And her third and final attempt, bumping it again up pretty high up to 152.5 for her third and final attempt today. I like to see that. I like to see people going for it, you know. She looked real good in that last attempt, so I think this is definitely a weight she should get. Good pull right past the knees, and now it's smooth sailing right there. That's The textbook deadlift right there, and you can see the big smile on her face. That was a great lift. Really solid. Just very technically sound. Good bar speed. Great lift. All right. Jamie Gatorman in now. Expecting a big lift from her as well. She was successful at 140, successful at 147, and she will be attempting 155 for her third and final attempt today. And looks like the bar is loaded, and we are ready for Jamie and her final lift. Feet are set, hands are on the bar. She's ready. Good pull right there. Well, looked like she might have struggled right at the beginning, but taking that slack out of that bar, and she got that one up there. I hope that doesn't become, but yeah, no problem. Good. I was going to say if they have a technical issue with that, that would not be good, but they didn't. Great lift right there. All right, Kayla Conrad in now for her third and final attempt of the day in the deadlift. Last lift of the day for her. 147 was her first attempt deadlifting here today, and she did great, got that one. Was successful at 155 for her second attempt. And for her third and final attempt, she will be attempting 165 kilos. We are broadcasting live here from Thornton, Colorado for USA Powerlifting, the Summertime Showdown. Tomorrow, team competition. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that in our second session here today, so tune in for that. Definitely tune in to check that out as well. That should be a lot of fun. All right, Kayla drops those hips a little bit. She's getting her hands set, and she's just going to pull just like that. Nope, couldn't quite get it. Now, her setup looked a little different from her two previous attempts, but, you know, that happens when the weight gets much heavier, you know. All right, we are to our last lifter here for this session, and it will be Shay, who was successful at 150. She was successful at 162.5. She will be attempting 167.5 for her third and final attempt and final lift of this session. Bar is loaded. And she's getting her feet set. Checking out her setup here. Looks good. Good bar position. Take that slack out of the bar and pull. That's a good solid pull. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Lock it out. And it looks like she's got it locked out. And that's going to be a successful lift, I hope. Good, big smile on her face. Excellent lift right there. Very good. Excellent job right there. And that is going to do it for this first session today at USA Powerlifting Summer Showdown and Group Team Cup, which will be coming up tomorrow. All right, so that's going to do it for this session, broadcasting live from CrossFit MOB here in Thornton, Colorado. But do come back for more powerlifting action later on today, right about 3 o'clock Mountain Time. So tune in for all of the action right here on YouTube. My name is Derek Stone, and we are broadcasting live here. And we will see you in just about 2 hours or so from right now. Thank you.